Hi everyone! Welcome to the game 7 of the World Women's Chess Championship. We are a bit new on this channel. My name is Maria and I'm joined by Joe. So we will take you through the game 7 of the match today. Premiere for both of us actually. Let me see. I'm not sure if everyone can hear you well. Chad, can you hear Joe?
Can you guys hear me okay? Is the audio going well?
I think it's too low.
Uh-oh. No, that's
Chad.
you can hear me, right?
Joe is mute. Chad it says. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but not the chat.
Okay. So
Let me see.
oh, hold on. Wait. Oh, it's the Zoom call. Did the Zoom call?
That's what I was afraid about. We were trying to make that Joe can see
Audio.
that the Joe can see my board when I.
Working. So.
Yeah, they just started playing. Okay, Joe, let's very quickly fix it. And so I
Moderator now.
yeah, I'm going to switch off our sounds and we will quickly fix it. I think we fixed it. Joe.
Hello everyone.
Yes.
Take 2.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bumpy start, but we managed. So the game started with e4. I think this is actually the new move for this match. Am I right?
E4?
Yes. They played a lot of d4 games.
I think there's been a couple of e4 games. So far they played 6 games, and I think there have been 2 e4 games.
Right.
Both played by Ju Wenjun. Yeah, so I'll try to be loud. If you guys think I'm too quiet, I'll try to talk louder. I can also try to turn up my volume.
No, I can fix it. It should be fine now.
Alright.
Yeah, let us know if it's alright now. Also, we need Maria's cat cam. Sorry, guys. I'm a bit of limited today.
Maria's cat cam and my turtle cam.
Yes, we both have cameras of our pets.
So, Ju Wenjun actually played e4 in game 1 and in game 3, I believe. So they're going back to it here in game 7.
I don't understand why. Why are you still quiet?
maybe I should just yell into the mic.
Maybe you should.
For the next couple of hours.
I hope I fixed it.
Can you turn on the Zoom call? Do you think you could turn up the output, maybe?
Oh, oops, that was really loud.
Yeah, maybe the output level could help. It sounds good now. All right. And yeah, for everyone tuning in, thank you for bearing with us. This is our first time, so we'll get this all worked out, and then we'll be back to the normal show.
Oh, no, nobody resigned. It
I'll
sounded
move too.
like there was resignation, but the clocks are now back. I will just quickly remove the sound from the board, otherwise we all will go deaf. So, uh, so it's the third time that e4 is played. The match is currently tied. There has been 4 draws, 1 victory for Ju Wenjun and 1 for Goryachkina.
Yeah, both as
Goryachkina
white.
had to bounce back.
So, in a match of 12, when Ju Wenjun actually took the lead, I think it was really important that Goryachkina could come back so quickly. And then actually their last game was a draw. So, I think, do you think it's interesting that Ju Wenjun's going back to e4, even though the last two times she's played it uh, resulted in a draw for her?
Um, I think so. I think she's just more comfortable playing this opening.
So what was? Do you remember the opening that she used when she won as white? And I believe it's game 4.
It should be game 4. So,
It looks like it was the Queen's Gambit accepted.
so she maybe
So
wanted to surprise her opponent.
yeah, maybe Goryachkina was preparing, or at least you think at this level when you get beat, it's such a high stakes game that you would go over the game, and I guess the next time that she would see d4, uh, Goryachkina would respond completely differently than before.
Sorry, I'm still struggling with the sounds.
Am I in ASMR mode?
I hope not. We're in
As
chess
long
mode.
as you guys can hear me.
Okay, I think it's now better. Please confirm chat.
Is it better? Does it sound better? Unless you guys want ASMR. Maybe we could stick with how it was.
I mean, for me now, I can only hear your voice. It's so loud for me.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why the stream audio is different than what you're hearing.
Join SMR is 10,000 times better than Nigel with regular audio. That's a great compliment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't have the same accent, but I'll take it.
So, yeah, there have been played some moves.
Is there any other way you could maximize my volume for the stream, but not for your headphones?
Well, I already turned it up on maximum,
Hmm.
and that's really sad.
Is it an issue on my end? Do you think there's anything I could do?
What if I switch this output?
Thank you, Hazelot. We'll see. We'll see if it continues a couple hours in.
Because even in my OBS, your level is much higher than mine. So I don't understand why is it. This is the perfect commentary pair. Thank you, Hazelot. Okay, I hope they can hear you somehow. I will put my microphone
I
further
think some
away.
people are saying that you're too low now. I don't know
No,
if that's
I'm.
still the case.
I think we are just being trolled here.
Or maybe we're the ones doing the trolling.
Maybe we are the ones. You never know. Okay, I hope it will work better. Where are these games played? Uh, well, yeah, I don't think this time zone has been ever used before in modern history of chess for live games, because at the place where they are playing, it's now 3:30 p.m. Oh, I'm a little too low. That's okay. I hope now it's better.
Okay, so I'm looking over the game that they've played, and Ju Wenjun actually traded off her light square bishop pretty early for knight. She's going down a Roy Lopez opening, which I believe she's done before.
I
Let's
don't
see.
really know this opening. I never played closed openings.
The Roy Lopez? Yeah,
I
this is the
played.
same.
Well, I played it with. Mm, I guess I was not trading bishops. The bishop. I always try to play more open and aggressive chess. So it's normally Scotch Gambit that I play on e5. Okay, so sound now is good. What's next? Do we have any other
Perfect.
problem? Yeah, we also can use the engine, we're being told. Thank you for allowing us. Obviously, we are no grandmasters, but we're trying our best. And feel free, guys, to ask any questions about the game. Why do you think one move was played and not the other? We will try to answer.
So, okay. It looks like both times Ju Wenjun played the Roy Lopez, ended in a draw. And so she's varied slightly the second time, and now this will be the third iteration that she's played it. So we'll see how she's changed. It looks like in the second time she played it, she actually held on to her light square bishop and even retreated all the way back to bishop f1. So that ended up, like I said, dwindling down to a draw. So now in this game, she's actually just ditching it entirely for the knight. And you know, a lot of times, especially at higher levels, players will recommend you holding on to the bishops compared to the knights. So it's really interesting to see here what her plan might be with doubling Goryachkina's pawns on the c file.
Yeah, of course, doubled pawns can be a disadvantage in the end game, but so early in the game, open files mean sometimes much more than this a bit damaged pawn structure. And her bishop can develop early, and of course, two bishops is also an advantage in opened positions, which this one is. Who is under more pressure to win today? So the match is being held in two countries and two different cities. The first part was in Shanghai, which is the hometown of Ju Wenjun, and the second part is Vladivostok, the most eastern part of Russia. It's not the hometown of Goryachkina, but I think because of the local support and fans, she might feel some pressure. Although knowing her, she very rarely gets nervous or um, pressured. She just does her thing and keeps playing no matter what. She already has been the Russian champion and won some very prestigious tournaments. Was Olympic champion in Russian team. So even though she is quite young, 21, she is not afraid of any names of anyone. What do I think about Goryachkina death stairs? Well, that's a very interesting point that even top players who normally do not pay attention to these things told me about her specifically that they think um, the level of her stair is above the limit of what you can call like a etiquette. So they think that sometimes in her case it should be told to her to stop it, that it is too much, because she stares sometimes during entire game and it's very heavy
Wait,
side.
does she stare at the opponent directly in
Yes,
her eyes? Really?
yes.
She doesn't look at the board?
She stares at the opponent and she does not move her side when you look at her back.
That's kind of like a
It,
game within the game almost, right?
yes, and it can be very intimidating.
Uh, and I wanted to go back really quickly on what you were saying about the change of location for these players. Is it normal actually in these matches to be played in separate locations? Because I think that's a really cool idea of having maybe perhaps a home advantage or like an away match, kind of like in sports.
Yes, I think when there is no chance to make it in two locations, it's better to make the match in neutral country to both opponents. Of course, it makes it more difficult to find sponsors because that country might be not interested in this match. Um, there has been some matches like this in the history, but not many because it's difficult to organize. Oh my god, that was so loud. That was so loud. So sorry.
Also, to respond to Chess's comment, I'm actually really not sure who's better tactical player in this match. I think perhaps after this game, or maybe after the match is decided, it'd be fun to see them do a puzzle battle.
As a tie break.
Oh, that's a good idea too. Maybe we'll see that. Although I don't think FIDE would allow that to be incorporated. It is a good idea though.
So of course financially it's challenging, and also with all the transport and moving every person involved with the tournament and the board, all the connections, commentary, computers, everything. You have to move an entire tournament from one country to another within a couple of days and make sure that it all works in a new location. So in this case, in this tournament, there was 3 days break. The official opening of this part was yesterday with all officials. So they had 2 days of break.
So in those 2 days of break, would you think that the players use most of it for preparing or for relaxing?
Probably catching on sleep is important. Many players suffer from insomnia during such mm, difficult matches. They feel a lot of pressure after the game and they have troubles falling asleep, playing on and on the game in their head. So I think these two days are important to just relax as much as possible and get back to your strengths. but of course also preparing, repeating some lines which they prepared before. Obviously, they are extremely well prepared for this match. Both of them skipped World Rapid and Blitz in Moscow. Aleksandra only showed up for the opening ceremony to give some interviews, but they both were preparing, and of course, they did not want to reveal any preparation during Rapid and Blitz. And I guess
Uh,
also the level of attention from media would be too much. Uh,
so
where the event is being held, so the first part was in China, in Shanghai, the second one in Russia, in Vladivostok, and it's plus 2 hours in Vladivostok comparing to Shanghai, and it's a lot, a lot. It's like 18 hours comparing to Pacific time, basically the next day.
what's the time difference between Shanghai and Vladivostok?
It's plus 2 in Vladivostok.
Okay, so nothing crazy.
No, no, nothing crazy. And I think I can bet that I am the closest one in time zone from everyone in our chat. I am on -5 from Vladivostok right now, so it's 11 a.m. here where I am.
Okay.
Is anyone going to beat this to have less time difference with Vladivostok?
Do we have anyone on site?
On site, there are 3,000 chess enthusiasts in Vladivostok who attend chess clubs and play tournaments. And it's probably more than some of the countries overall, just one city.
So Maria, if you could go back to say move 6, where white castles, Murphinsky is asking why can't white take that pawn on e5 because it's undefended currently. Um,
Well, it is undefended, but if we take the pawn, the queen goes on d4, threatening the mate on f2 and attacking the knight. And
exactly.
so the knight, in order to protect, can only go on g4, but it's two pieces which are attacking this square. Of course, you know,
Yes.
our chat is very strong in chess, but it's always nice to repeat such tactics.
Yeah. So I think perhaps a lot of people in chat might be newer to chess, and so it's actually important that we go over a lot of these different nuances. That to someone like these players that are both obviously grandmasters, they know, like clearly Aleksandra Goryachkina didn't even defend e5 immediately because she knew she had this queen d4 tactic, but to you know
Of course, there is a bishop e3, and of course, all of this is analyzed many times already, so the players know this all by heart, and they.
yeah, bishop e3 hitting the queen, dropping the knight, but then you have d4, right?
But I think it's better for black. I cannot imagine that white is playing for any advantage in this
Or
position.
yeah, it's really not worth it. Yeah, if you
Like
grab the bishop
we
now,
don't even have to take on
queen takes g3.
g4. We have so many other options, like to start with a castle, and then
Yeah,
it's just
so
this
it's
queen is
definitely
too strong.
it's better to castle sooner rather than later for white.
It's even winning for black. We believe you.
Yeah. So let's see. What do you think they're moving pretty quickly through the opening? I see Aleksandra Goryachkina has actually used a decent bit of a more time than Ju Wenjun. So do you think that's expected uh, when Ju Wenjun's playing as white and maybe has more time to prepare for her opening than Goryachkina?
Well, obviously, Ju Wenjun um, has a choice between d4 and e4. It's quite, I think it is quite rare in professional chess to have um, a big repertoire for both d4 and e4 because it's a very wide choice of openings and many variations how your opponents will respond. So many players always play either e4 or d4. So obviously Goryachkina has to remember everything related to e4 and decide what she will play. They were preparing to play each other for half a year. So they went through a lot of games, through a lot of openings, and have a lot of ideas. But it's also important to remember which one exactly you are going to play and what are the tricky moments in it.
Have you ever seen this move, queen to e1 here from white? Because I'm assuming that um, maybe the position beforehand has been reached, but maybe not. I haven't seen queen e1 played a lot of times.
Yes, this move seems somewhat counterproductive, right? Of course, we protect the bishop so that we don't have to take it with a pawn. But in so many openings, white even don't mind taking with a pawn and opening half opening the f file, but also we're blocking our own rook, and our knight is still undeveloped. So it is quite an orthodox move.
It could also be possible that in the long run, she's planning for the knight on d7 to move, opening up the diagonal for the bishop on c8. Because I know in a lot of lines, the bishop will actually develop to g4 with a pin on the queen. So this could already be like a preemptive move to perhaps get out of any pins, and instead of playing h3, preventing the pin, just moving the queen now.
But then when the bishop goes to g4 anyway, we will have to deal with the knight,
That's
which is
true.
protected only with the pawn, and we probably don't want to double the g pawn.
You could move the knight then, or maybe she's preparing to develop the queen along the diagonal. Maybe she wants to go queen to c3 and knight to d2.
Probably, but then our knight on b1 is again not developing anywhere. Queen c3 is an idea because if the knight from d7 moves away, maybe the queen goes to c3 attacking the bishop on c5 and the pawn on a5.
Exactly.
So then it will be with the tempo. Right now, white doesn't have any threat with the tempo.
No. Instead, black just simply castles, and now it's Ju Wenjun to respond. So we'll see how long it takes and if she's still in her prep or not.
So Mofinsky says that this move looks like a novelty. But then Ju Wenjun responded quite quickly, considering she did not know. Oh, sorry, Goryachkina responded quickly. Of course, black don't really have too many options here. They need to castle. They can castle.
Castling's always a safe move.
Especially
not always, but
especially in opened positions.
Yeah, always a good idea to castle.
And of course, she can still keep the knight on d7, not revealing her intentions where to put this knight, because she can potentially put it on b6. She can protect the bishop for a while. And she can go on f6, and maybe even in some variations it can be rook d8, knight f8, knight e6, and go to d4.
Okay, so we do see the knight going to c3 rather than d2, so the queen doesn't seem to be coming out along that diagonal for now. But it's interesting because I think when white captures the knight on c6, back towards the beginning, the recapture with the pawn now on c6 is really blocking out the knight from going forward here. So maybe she could reroute the knight to e2 and maybe even go for like a d4 pawn break.
Yeah, like c3 and d4.
Yeah, but then she'd also have to keep in mind that once the e5 pawn captures back, her
e4
e4
can
pawn could be
get,
hanging. Yeah.
yes, but she can also move the knight to g3 and then to f5.
That is true.
Obviously attacking the queen, but most importantly bringing more pieces to the king side and potentially going for an attack. And then the queen from e1 is very conveniently protecting the pawn on e4.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I like the knight e2 to g3 maneuver because the knight on f5 would be a fantastic piece.
And of course black don't want to push g6, breaking the pawn structure.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when we still have a black squared bishop, which can immediately take this nice position on h6. Do you want to go through the player cards to just talk about their achievements a little bit and wait for more moves to be played?
I'm sorry, what was that? You asked if we should go into
yeah,
a little bit of the background.
we have the yes, we have some information about the players.
Okay.
But, see. Okay, now I don't remember how to pause it. So yes, Aleksandra Goryachkina is much younger than Ju Wenjun, like 7 years younger? But she is already European Women Championship silver medalist, twice Russian champion. Yes, it's 7 years difference.
So yeah, I see Ju Wenjun's birthday is actually coming up in 16 days. So if she wins this championship, that would be a nice
birthday gift
celebration as well. Yeah. But yeah, 7 years. That could be a large difference for chess players.
Overall, they have quite similar amount of achievements, but also Ju Wenjun is Chinese champion twice, but she also won the Grand Prix and a lot of Asian tournaments. But obviously the age difference suggests that she simply had more time to do this. Okay, let's go back to.
So yes, these candidates are definitely very accomplished in their chess careers. I see some people in chat are asking some questions about us, so maybe we could take a moment just to talk about our chess background. And although we haven't had the same accolades that Goryachkina or Ju Wenjun do, we definitely do have some things to talk about. So, do you want to start us off, or you want me to go ahead?
I can start.
Okay.
Well, my background. Well, I started playing chess when I was 5. I started at the chess club. I quite quickly uh, went up on the ladder of titles leading up to the candidate master, and kept playing through the school. Won a couple of tournaments, local tournaments in Russia, and then I I I got to this point where I had to decide whether I stay professional chess player and do everything to improve my chess, or I go for education, career, and I chose the second because in Russia we have uh, immensely strong competition at every level, at every age. So you have to be extremely talented, and you have um, to be backed up by sponsorship, parents, local government. Without this, it's almost impossible to show what you can. So I chose, like, I had some regrets later about this because I felt like my talent was not fully unveiled, but it turned out quite nicely for me later, as chess.com is saying that I'm the best chess photographer. Well, I'm one of the best chess photographers. We are like 4 or 5 people in the world, but obviously I would not have discovered my potential in chess photography if I did not stop playing chess on this level. So after a while, I understood that I cannot just stay away from chess. I want to go to the tournaments, I want to take photos, and then my hobby became my job. And now I'm happy to show my pictures to the world. I You can even get some pictures on my channel if you are following and watching me a lot. I give away photos and signed photos of the top players.
That's
And
really cool that you're able to combine your hobbies into one thing.
of course, when I take photos, it really helps a lot to understand what's happening on the board. Sometimes, of course, when the games of the very top players, I have no idea what's going on, but at least I can judge from um, the material, and in the end game, I know that it's going to be soon, or if it's made on the board, so I can expect some of the moments before they happen.
That's really cool. Like I really like that you can use your experience in playing in different chess tournaments to be able to gauge players' reactions and be able to capture that in your photos. So it's really cool.
So, what about you?
So I actually kind of got a late start in chess. Um, I knew how to play as a kid, but I didn't really play a lot. Um, I didn't play in an officially rated tournament until I was 16. So when I was 16, I actually moved from St. Louis, Missouri to California. What's funny is that at the time in St. Louis, I didn't know that it had such a large chess scene. I didn't find out about the St. Louis Chess Club until after I had left. So when I left, that's when I started getting into chess. And then I realized that St. Louis was like the place to be. So I kind of left at the wrong time, which is kind of ironic. But I started playing in high school, really tried to take it seriously, watched a bunch of like YouTube videos essentially, and just played a bunch on chess.com. And yeah, I just practiced, got better. I didn't really have a coach. My parents, like no one in my family played. Um, I guess you could say self-taught, but I really give a lot of credit to like a bunch of different YouTube channels and all the different like puzzles that Chess.com has to offer. So it really took off for me, I guess, in college, where I went to UCLA, and basically was a large part of the chess club there that they had. Um, and when I got into college, I basically saw that there were just a handful of chess players that were kind of motivated to join up every week or so. But there was not a lot of interaction between different colleges. So I actually reached out to a bunch of different schools in California and started something called the California Intercollegiate Chess League. Basically, every year at UCLA, a bunch of these different schools all throughout California will meet up and actually play in a tournament in person. And recently, I've actually been trying to work with Chess.com to start something called the Collegiate Chess League, which is really similar to the Pro Chess League, except instead of professional teams from all around the world, it'll actually be collegiate teams made up of students.
All in
So,
LA, right? California.
well, so California Intercollegiate Chess League is for California only schools, but the Collegiate Chess League is essentially just going to be the same thing, except um, all online and all across the country. So that'll be really exciting. Um, yeah, I definitely have to work on that a lot more. But I've actually been talking a little bit with Aaron about it, and we've been sharing some pretty cool ideas. But um, I think one of the highlights in my chess career has definitely been after graduating and starting streaming on Twitch and being able to interact more with chess.com and just the awesome community online. Like seriously, the presence of chess members online is something to be reckoned with. Definitely, chess.com supports us a lot. Um, so essentially, I was just a viewer on Twitch. I actually didn't know chess was big on Twitch. I was watching various gamers on Twitch, and I don't know how, but I saw probably on YouTube. I saw a video that looked like it was streamed on Twitch, and I was like a little bit familiar with Twitch, so I looked it up, and lo and behold, I discovered this huge community. And yeah, I moved back to LA after graduating, um, and that's when I started my streaming career, I guess you could call it. And I actually went to the Pro Chess League finals in San Francisco last year, which was a ton of fun. It was actually the first time I had met a ton of different people from chess.com. And yeah, I met the crew, and I pitched my collegiate chess league idea, and they loved it right away. And they've been helping me a ton to get that going. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that.
So maybe you left St. Louis in the wrong time, but you definitely came in the right time for Californian chess, bringing the people together to play chess.
That is a really cool idea. I didn't think of it like that, but yeah, definitely. California chess is growing, which is really good.
Maybe there will be another chess club in California soon, following the example of St. Louis.
Yeah, I know there's a big club in the San Francisco mechanics, but I think just in how we've transformed the chess club at UCLA is already a testament to um, our interest in chess out in California. So for now, most people, when they think of chess in the States, they think of probably like St. Louis and maybe New York and Dallas. But there's a huge market for chess players all throughout, and I think the Collegiate Chess League will definitely help that.
Yes, I think many people who are studying in schools, they simply don't think about um, how many other chess enthusiasts are around them, because chess does not doesn't require a huge court or pitch to practice. So you don't know that in your neighborhood many people might be just meeting up and playing some chess occasionally, and this is how you can discover it and be part of it. It's cool to socialize even more.
So I guess we can go back to the game. A couple more moves have been played. I
Yeah,
see.
so it was rook e8 and a3. And if with rook e8 I understand the idea to make an extra protection of the pawn. With a3, does white want to play b4?
So I guess when I look at a3, I see it more of kind of a preventative move for the bishop to go to b4 because that is kind of an awkward pin. I remember earlier we were saying that the queen could have moved from d1 to e1 to get out of potential pins uh, from the knight on f3, but now with the queen on e1, you have the same problem, but with the knight on c3. So
Yes, but on the other hand, doubling the b pawn on c3 would not be as bad as doubling the pawn which protects your king. And
that's
of
definitely
course,
true.
you also solidify your center, and potentially you can play d4 and then undouble the
Yeah.
pawns.
Yeah, I think you're right. Especially that like you don't want to double the pawns in front of your king, so it's definitely much better to double along the c file. And I think it's also important that you noted you could push for d4. And I remember in some lines we were saying that the queen would have to defend the pawn on e4, but I think that's another purpose of playing rook to e8
Yes,
is
potentially
that
attacking e4.
yeah, it actually makes it harder for white to get in a d4 pawn break. So yeah, I guess to answer your question, b4. I don't know if that's what white's going for. It could be possible that they would trade bishops on c5 and then push for b4, perhaps with a tempo against either the knight or the queen, depending on how black retakes.
No, you're probably alright with your first initial suggestion that bishop before, although it would be losing so many tempos for the bishop first to go to c5, then to b4, and then also trade it. But in if white is trying to play d4, then they either will need to move the knight from c3 immediately, prepare c3 d4, but then e4 is not protected. Or if they keep it, then bishop can pin it, and then it's difficult to defend this pawn.
Let's look at the clock situation as well. I see. So Ju Wenjun still maintains a slight lead, but I don't really think it's that significant at this point in the
Yes, I
game.
think this 10 minutes is exactly when she played e4 and her opponent had to make some digging up in the memory to find what to do. But also queen e1, of course, as a novelty, which we think it is, um, adds more pressure on her opponent to find what the moves should be. But it's still, for me, as an active white player, like open openings, it feels like white is playing too passive. All
Yeah,
these small moves of queen and then a3, and now she's playing bishop d6. Like,
interesting. Yeah,
it's as if black does not want b4 with a tempo.
yeah.
So many
almost it's kind of
preventive
yeah,
moves.
yeah, they're playing maybe they are pretty shy right now, even though they've they're in game 7 right now. But it is interesting. You see a lot of times that players react to moves um as they're being played, but here this is like they're just anticipating before and they're just playing back.
Up, up, up.
I see you have another guest with you.
Yes, and this guest decided that I'm not pressing enough buttons on my keyboard.
So any future technical difficulties, we all know who to blame.
Maybe maybe we know why the sound was bad. It's not me being technically stupid. Yes, it was a cat.
um so okay, b4 or not, I think bishop to d6 is actually pretty shy for black to make a move. You were saying that white was playing this pretty slowly, but here you see the bishop making a retreating move and it's just staring at the e5 pawn. So
Like
I
a
think
pawn. It's just my being a pawn in this position.
exactly. So I think what you were saying earlier with rook to e8 is adding extra defense over e5. I think with the move like bishop to d6, I don't think you could protect that pawn even anymore unless you wanted to play f6. But I don't think that's the point. I think they are probably just trying really hard to prevent d4 because now if d4 is played, the pawn recaptures. That'll open up the bishop's eyes, and you get a glimpse at h2 and thinking maybe you could start a kingside attack. So
Yeah, with the rook e8, I like the idea of knight going to f8 and then either e6 or g6. This maneuver I really like because the knight on d7 is blocking the bishop and doesn't really do much. But if it goes to g6 or e6, then the knight will be also stopping d4, controlling the f4 square. So rook e8 makes a lot of sense.
yeah, it's a multi-purpose move for sure because especially getting it active on the e file where it's definitely more open than the f file. It also opens up that f8 square either for the knight or in a lot of games the bishop will actually go back and fianchetto.
I think that coming back to the question whether which player is in more pressure, I think they're actually both in a lot of pressure. And maybe after switching the cities and also having met more people, they feel how actually tense it's becoming with less games left. One mistake will probably cost you the match because it's very difficult to bounce back. So it feels like both opponents here are being extremely cautious and just waiting for some slight mistake of the opponent and opening and keeping a lot of options, like with queen e1. I guess bishop g6. You also can say that bishop is now potentially looking to the king side.
Yeah, so they are playing pretty non-committal moves at the moment. But I again wanted to touch on what you were saying about the nerves of these players, especially with the venue change. Do you think that there's more pressure on Goryachkina when she's at home because maybe she has uh, more people watching her that are more interested in the outcome of the game than, say, in Shanghai? Or do you think she feels actually more relaxed now that she's in a more familiar setting at home?
I don't think it matters that much because she lives very far from that area and I don't think she knows anyone there. Also, all her family is with her, so I think in general she doesn't really feel much difference. But of course, their the place where they live and how they commute to the playing venue, that changed. The language changed. So in China, I'm sure there were more or less the same amount of people at the venue in Shanghai, and comparing to Vladivostok, China and Russia are like one of the biggest chess countries. But yes, the language and probably also the temperature. Vladivostok could be quite cold, so this might affect them. But I think it's more of the realization, slow realization, how close they are to the day X, and how um, important is it to not to make any mistake. Because I think the way they play this, both opponents, is very passive.
So we do have an interesting move, knight d2 played here by Ju Wenjun. I think this definitely clears the way for the f pawn to get rolling. But again, I don't know if you want to open up with the e5 pawn capturing, but perhaps it's actually rerouted the knight to c4, trying to hit that bishop again.
Yeah, I'm not sure that a 4 is even considered here. But I think it's just maneuvering to protect. Yeah, so now the knight f8 is being played.
Yeah, so we do see someone in the chat has correctly predicted a knight f8 possibility. So that also, keep in mind, this opens up the way for the bishop on c8. So the last piece that black has to develop to connect the rooks. So we'll see if white wants to play a move that kind of prevents the bishop from developing, although I think no matter what white does, there's always going to be a square on e6 for the bishop. But it is possible that the knight actually wants to go to e6. So we'll see. I don't know. Would the knight rather go to e6 or to g6? Both squaring or looking at the f4 square.
Well, judging by the previous moves, I think knight g6 would make more sense because it's an extra protection of the e5.
Definitely making sure e5 is safe.
But also, this way your bishop is still open.
Yeah, not blocking the bishop. And it's also, if the knight goes to e6, it's not only blocking the bishop, but it's also blocking the queen and the rook just a little bit.
Yes.
In case anything were to open up on the e-file. And also the clocks are evening up, essentially. Not that there was much of a difference in the first place, but it looks like if there was any doubt that Goryachkina wasn't prepared or is trying to determine any novelty moves from white, it looks like they're both they've been evened out. So we'll see how Ju Wenjun responds to this.
Yeah, with regards to the temperature, of course the match is played indoors, but believe me guys, even if you're playing indoors, you will feel if it's minus 20 outside, even if it's just 5 minutes to get to the venue.
Do you think chess players play better in the cold or worse? Or you think it depends?
I think uh, whether it's cold or very hot, it's not. It's you can get used to everything, but if you are changing your conditions of play during the tournament, it can really throw you off your routine. So,
So
for example, the player likes to open the window uh, in the morning while preparing for the tournament, and then the player is in the place where it's extremely cold and you cannot open the window. The chess players are people of routine. They they really get used to something during the tournament.
I'm picturing
Oh,
Russian players practice. Oh, we do see F4.
okay.
Okay.
So yeah, you guessed it correctly. I did not even
Yeah.
expect white to play for.
Well, I just saw that we kept talking about this d4 pawn break, but with the knight to d2 move, um, is definitely possible that f4 was played, because you do have the bishop and the rook protecting the f4 square, but also without the d3 pawn moving, you don't have to worry about any attacks on e4. So, um, but I was just gonna ask, could you imagine, like, I'm just picturing Russian chess players practicing outside, in these freezing temperatures just to condition themselves in case the chess hall is a little too cold and their opponents aren't used to it, and they'll just brush it off like it's nothing.
Well, I know about a lot of cases where players actually went to have a chess camp in a country with the same climate as the place where they will have an important tournament, just like in football or in other sports where you train outdoors. Chess players also try to get used to it. But of course, in case of chess, people mostly will go for cheaper places for a chess camp rather than more comfortable.
You said they had about 2 rest days in between game 6 and 7, right?
Yes.
Is that solely for the venue change, or do they have these breaks built in?
Well, every 2 games they have a break, just like the classic World Championship. But these 2 extra days were added to switch the venue because technically it's quite difficult to make it in just one day with all the transportation. Obviously, a lot of things were prepared. They don't have just one board and just one set of cords and cameras, but a lot of things can only be used in one place. So they had to bring in also all the people who are involved with commentary and arbiters and everyone.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the one and only Mad Queen for the gift sub. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mad Queen. Mad Queen is upset that she cannot collect lava coins in this channel. Well, I do stream a lot on my channel, and you can still do it later. Let's collect some chess knowledges here.
Okay, so we do see the capture on f4 and the immediate capture back with the bishop. So things are opening up here. So definitely possible for the queen to come now to g3 with the direct side of the king. I don't know. As black, would you capture on f4 and invite the rook into the position? Because the rook, it could be argued that it's awkwardly placed on f4, but at the same time, you are kind of helping white with the rook lift. Potentially like queen to f2 and then even tripling up with rook on a to f1.
Well, of course, helping the rook to come into play is unfortunate, but I don't think that black is going to take this bishop. Black probably will prefer to undouble the pawns and yes, attack the bishop. But also, I felt like white sort of made black a favor by playing f4, because all the pieces were just looking at into this e5 pawn, protecting it. And now it just feels like black's position improved so much, just visually. How many
Yeah,
how many more options they have now?
that that knight is definitely coming to life, springing into action with the tempo on g6. Um, so, so I definitely agree with what you're saying. They would rather have white initiate the capture on d6, undoubling their pawns. Um, and let's see. I mean, white clearly has to respond. The bishop on f4 is being attacked twice, only defended once with the rook. So we'll see. We'll see if they try to save the bishop. We'll see if they trade it off. Um, but yeah, I think it was definitely the right move not to capture on f4 for black. Um,
And of course, black had to capture on f4, or the pawn on f4, because otherwise you really don't want to this pawn to go on f5 and completely block entire black's position, with the knight being stuck without these ideas to g6 and d6.
so so yeah, you're surprised that f4 was played in the first place because you feel like it opens everything up for black, but at the same time, it definitely opens things up for white as well. So it's definitely, I guess, a double-edged move. Both pros and cons for both players.
Well, of course, white did everything for this move, and I guess not playing it will just look like they don't have any um, ambitions in this position. But I like position of black. Their king is much more protected. And I also wanted to say a quick thank you to Kevin Sivong and again the Mad Queen. So Kevin and Mad Queen just exchanged gifted subs, and then also Mad Queen gifted a sub to Fuzzy Gardens. Thank you.
Yeah, it's always good to see Kevin and Matt Queen take care of each other with the gift subs.
Yes, they never sub themselves, but they sub each other.
So okay, it's interesting. Do you not like the king, the white king safety because the f pawn is missing? Do you think that opens up that dark square diagonal a little much for white?
Yes, definitely. Not only the bishop. Bishop, of course, probably doesn't really want to go back to c5, because it will just admit that they don't like the d6 square where they've already put the bishop. Uh, but in case of some trades in the future, the queen has c5 square as well. And this might be um, uncomfortable for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably maybe you'll see king to h1 just to get off that
Yes.
diagonal, and the knight actually might be looking at e5 to try to get into to g4, um, because if black has control of that diagonal pointing towards the king on g1 right now, a knight on f2 could potentially be really deadly, but it's a couple moves off from there. But I think white's gonna have to react somehow to the bishop on f4. Maybe play just bishop e3, or maybe bishop g3.
Yes,
Um,
I wonder what is she thinking about right now, because obviously knight g6 was very obvious move, and you don't expect your opponent to just easily give you f4 square by capturing with the bishop.
and we're not considering taking on d6 because, like you said, you like the pawns doubled on the c file. You don't want to undouble them for black.
On the other hand, it's really difficult to find a position for the bishop, and at the same time, the pawn on h2 will be vulnerable.
Yeah, so if bishop to e3 right now for white, then again, when we saw that bishop to d6 move, uh, it ends up working out that the e5 pawn is no longer there and that the bishop is looking at h2. So,
In case of bishop e3, black can even play queen e5 immediately, attacking on h2 and just asking, what are you doing here? Knight f3 back, and then maybe queen h5 or queen e7.
that would be interesting to see the knight go back to f3 with the defensive h2 and the tempo on the queen on e5. But I really do like the idea of the knight coming to e5. Um, again, eyeing up that g4 square and taking control and even more dark squares on that diagonal towards the king. So, and here we see, I think Ju Wenjun's actually uh, lower on the clock for the first time in the match.
Someone is saying she moved.
So bishop g3, which was an idea preventing the queen from going to e5, which looked like a pretty strong threat. But if black were to trade on g3, then surely you would see the queen recapture on g3. So developing the
Yes.
queen for white, finishing development, connecting the rooks. Um, and also, it's conveniently blocking out that knight as well, controlling all the forward squares.
I guess the idea of knight d2 was also partially to play knight c4 in some variations, but of course
Mm-hmm.
white is too late with this idea, because capturing on d6 with a knight would be much better, because then you keep the bishop alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although we did see earlier, Ju Wenjun took a knight with her light square bishop, so maybe she's less worried um, about the bishops versus the knights, because right now Goryachkina has the bishop pair, so we'll see.
Yeah, but maybe with these pawns, which are quite strong and covering a lot of central white squares, white is not worried about the white squared bishop, but the pawn on d6 can potentially be um, weak versus the bishop.
That's true. So so yeah, a lot of times your pieces kind of play within the pawn structure, and the bishops like to complement the pawns, especially if you have a lot of your pawns on the same color. So here, white is without a light square bishop, but like Maria said, a lot of her pawns are on light squares, so it kind of compensates for that fact. Um,
Of course, in the end game, this will be completely opposite. The pawns on the squares of the bishop would be extremely weak, but
yeah.
we are quite far away from the end game still.
So, hmm. so, so people are saying the bishop g3 has been played, but I still don't see that on our board.
No, I don't think so.
But I do
No,
see the
it was actually. I think our PGN is corrupted. I will try to.
I do see though that Ju Wenjun has gained time back on the clock.
Yeah,
So
because on the other server, Bishop g3 has been played. So I will just manually make the move for now, but the move definitely was made.
so I guess it's important to keep in mind the clocks also may not be 100% accurate.
With the clocks, white White's clock is correct. Well, black's clock is... Okay, now... I think now it was updated. So now also bishop e6 has been played. And the times are synchronized.
All right, I see it. So
yes, according to Stockfish, like in a famous chess song, well, according to Stockfish, bishop takes on d6 was the best move according to Stockfish, but the difference was very small in evaluations. And actually, here is a surprise: black takes with the queen.
really, so not doubling or undoubling the pawns.
Computer doesn't like that
keeping
much.
them doubled.
And but keeping the d file semi-opened.
Ah, that's really interesting.
And of course, queen does not want to stand in front of the rook.
Yeah, so it's definitely possible to play within a double pawn structure. Most people just try to stay away from it because it is mostly awkward, but it's definitely possible to play within that structure. But white doesn't go for the capture, so instead we see bishop to e6 developed. So now black is fully developed, and now white again moving the knight back to f3. So interesting to move the knight back to d2 just to open up the f file for the rook, it seems. Now bringing the knight back. So it's definitely doing a good job of keeping the knight out of e5, I think, and also um, getting control over h4. So maybe knight 8 to h4 could be possible. Although, actually, so if you say knight h4 now, perhaps then black would capture on g3, and you can't take back on g3 with the queen because then you lose the knight on h4. So maybe there's some intermezzo at knight takes on g6, attacking their queen, but also threatening check.
So,
sorry if that was too fast. Yeah, I'm proposing knight h4.
After some move of black, right? Because we need to
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
move in
you're
order
right. You're
to,
right.
for example.
Yeah, maybe like
no,
rook from a to d8.
Actually, rook d8 probably we not. Yeah, probably it's fine. So in case of take, yes, no, this is bad. Queen c5 check. And we lost. And we lost the queen.
You're right. That's a good tactic.
Well, we lost not the queen, but
well,
losing enough of material here.
Yeah, I didn't think knight h4 was like a move worth being played. It definitely seemed
no, of course,
more suspicious.
Not only that the knight goes on the rim, but playing with white, you don't want to trade all the pieces and be the one to like asking for a trade as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way where maybe white could try to take control over the dark squares. Maybe trying to get a tempo on the queen, but you definitely don't want to start with bishop to h4. But that is interesting that the king on g1 is surely susceptible to tactics. Maybe it would be worthwhile for the king to play to h1.
Yeah, of course. Now with the knight on f3, the king is fairly comfortable there, even without the pawn on f2. But black definitely don't have any problem in this position at all. It's very comfortable position, pair of bishops. As Murfinsky correctly said, in this structure, doubled pawns is not a problem because after these fights in the center, there is no pawn majority for white. So, and the bishop probably will stay on d6 until white finally will capture it.
So we do in fact see rook from a to d8. So uh, black is making sure to put all their pieces on the semi-open file.
Black is just
Um,
improving all the pieces,
mm-hmm.
and now the computer is just saying 0000, and here many chess fans will say this is a draw. But not only draw in early phases of the game happens really rarely in for some reason female chess is much more fighting than male.
Is
We
there?
just don't believe in draw. But also, yes, there is a 40 move um, rule. They cannot offer a draw until move 40.
Wait, that's only for females?
That's for the match. I
For
believe
the
I believe there was at least 30 in the match in London, but I would need to double check it.
do you are there like statistics that show the percent like win, loss, and draw for like female players versus male players? Because I I definitely have thought about like what you said of females definitely playing for draw a lot less commonly. But I was just wondering if there was like any like article or study that can
There
like verify that.
probably is, and even if there is not, we can probably ask the chess analysts who are very frequently doing um, studies of all sorts on Twitter and publish it. They probably can quickly pull it up, but I can guarantee that the amount of draws would be probably 20% higher, and the amount of draws with many more moves played will be also higher for women chess versus men chess. But also, I discussed with some of the top female players in Moscow, and a lot of them agreed that prearranged draws, which are, of course, unspokenly done quite a lot, but nobody really admits it. But in female chess, it almost never happens. Prearranged draws exist in open chess a lot.
That's really interesting. And I've seen something talking about that in like sumo wrestling. You can do a study that shows that that a lot of people have prearranged matches. Like they determine the match before they actually play. So it is definitely unfortunate that people would do that in any sport. But it's good to know, that these players are definitely trying to play for the win. So even if I know, like you said, F4 wasn't very favorable, it seemed for white. Sometimes in certain positions, a player is willing to play a move that might not be the best recommended move based on the computer, but they believe it gives them the best chance because maybe it's just really increasing the pressure on their opponent to find the right response. Um,
Yeah, of course, and you take a lot of factors when you make a certain move. You might be doing it because you know that this position, um, your opponent doesn't like to play such positions, and it will be uncomfortable for him or her. And you can take certain risks, but as long as you know that you will be able to draw or to have to get into a slightly worse position, but you will have certain um, um, you will be sure that you can hold it, then you can take this risk. And of course, the match also can dictate if you are in a position where you have to win a game, like Aleksandra had after the game four, right? Uh, so she had to take some risks.
Um, I had an idea, just thinking about what you were saying of girl or female players are more likely to play for win than say their male counterparts, where you see a lot more draws. It kind of reminded me of the difference between men and women's soccer, actually, um, where for just based off of what I've noticed, although granted I don't watch a lot of soccer, or as the rest of the world calls it, football. But from what I have seen, it seems that a lot of male players will actually flop and dive a lot more than female players. Um, so maybe the female players in soccer and chess both have more of a fighting spirit. Who knows?
I'm afraid I don't know all the terms of soccer, flop and dive.
So the flop and dive is like they're trying to get a penalty call from the ref. Like
Ah,
if a player touches them, they'll like overreact and they'll fall to the ground.
okay. Like
Yeah.
Ronaldo does.
Yeah. Exactly. Um,
I know more of doing a Ronaldo rather than flop and dive.
well, yeah.
So King H1 has been played,
Yes.
which is a very expectable move.
So maybe now knight h4 could work, although I still wouldn't recommend it. We'll see if
So
black has to
yes,
make
so
a
now
move.
Queen C4, Queen C5 is not a threat in that line.
You can't shout yourself out, apparently.
That's funny. I am a mod, I can do. I should be able to.
Like, I wonder if the streamer can shout themselves out on their own channel.
On their own channel, I don't
Perhaps.
see why would they need to, but
I don't know either, but it's funny because you'd
we
think
should
that you
check,
could
yeah.
do everything on your own channel. You know, you shouldn't let Moobot boss you around.
Mad Queen, thank you again for gifting us up to Finder, Finder, Finder. I hope he will find what he is looking for. With this sub.
Well, he found himself a gift sub, so that's
Yes.
definitely a good start.
I cannot believe it, but it has been actually 1.5 hours since we started, so I suggest to make a small break.
Yeah. All right.
Let's go
So
on
thank you
probably
guys.
about probably about 10 minutes. The game is
We'll be right back. Yeah.
still
We'll see how
developing
many moves they
slowly,
make in this
so
time.
yes, unless there will be fireworks on the board, then we of course we'll come back sooner.
We'll
But
rush back.
yeah, rush back. Yeah, so see you guys in 10 minutes. And you can, of course, still watch the game. It will be available on the screen. See you.
All right. Bye.
So, welcome back to the official commentary of the uh, World Championship match, which is now moved to Vladivostok after 6 rounds in Shanghai. So, today is the game 7, where Ju Wenjun is playing white against Aleksandra Goryachkina. Ju Wenjun is reigning world champion, and Aleksandra is a challenger. Um, we are very curious, guys. Who do you think is a favorite in this match? And also, who do you root for?
Yeah, and
Drop your
also the
replies.
match is all tied up here at 3. But in most, I feel like most chess championship matches, a lot of games are drawn, but we've already had 2 decisive games out of 6 so far. So that's
And
1 out of 3.
also,
So
the games were not very peaceful at all. Alexandra was pressing in the first game tremendously. They played nearly 100 moves. So this match is no walk in the park.
and just to catch up on the position, since we were last on, they've had 2 games or 2 moves, and so we see Bishop G4, and now White responding with H3. So um, this bishop's gonna have to react. Of course, Black could always insert Bishop takes G3 first, hitting the queen. But I think White would be more than happy to take back with the queen on G3, developing their last piece, connecting their rooks, and getting the queen involved on the attack on the king side. So
Yes, and
I think.
also then the c7 pawn will be weak and only protected by queen now, and probably the rook will have to go on 7th rank to have an additional
Mhm.
um, protection there.
So we see the capture on F3 now, and now the rook has been lifted to F3. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking now maybe if the capture on G3, we now have an option between queen takes and rook takes. But I think queen takes would still be
Yeah,
preferred here.
I think queen takes will be better. Also because once we move the rook from f file, then f5 becomes possible because the queen is not protected on e1, so the pawn on e4 will be pinned, and mm, white doesn't need to go to these complications for no reason. I will show this on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Rook takes f5 is possible. I don't know how good is it. It's just an idea, but even if not now, the black always has this option. So it just adds unnecessary um, discomfort to white.
So yeah, you're saying even if it's not the best move for black, it's a new move. So you're
It's still a
giving your opponent
possibility,
option.
yes,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you will still have to calculate it each move.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't only think about immediate moves, but also about threats. And as it was correctly said, very long time ago, the threat is stronger than the execution because it makes you lose time and having to calculate all of that. So of course, after capture, queen will capture. Also because c7, and of course we are developing the queen. We can
Yeah,
bring the
you
rook to
want to get the
e1
the
or to
last rook. Mm-hmm.
yes, and bringing it to f1 will be probably the best and
Yeah.
looking
So
really
black
nice.
has developed all their pieces. Now it's white's turn. But I don't see black taking on G3. Um, so we'll have to see how white wants to develop the queen. Maybe just going to F2 and then getting rook from A to F1, getting that last rook in. Um, so I also see Murphin Sky suggesting a knight maneuver because the knight on c3 isn't doing much. Again, that pawn on c6 really boxing out the forward moves for the knight on c3. So it is definitely possible that we could see a knight e2 maneuver. Um, so keep that in mind.
The idea of white also can be to bring the queen to f2 and then the rook to f1 to really put the pressure on f7 and
Yeah,
probably force the bishop to exchange on g3 eventually.
yeah, yeah. So
Or black also can play f6 since the bishops, the white squared bishop was off the board since long time ago, and um, if the position is quite simplified already, f6 is not a bad move here.
f6,
It
I would
also
say
prevents
it's
from e5 in the future.
e5. Okay. I
Not
don't
now, of
see
course,
e5.
but
Yeah, but I don't think f6 is quite necessary just yet. Because definitely pawns can't go backwards, so it's definitely inducing some long-term weaknesses. But that is interesting. Instead of f6, if you're looking at defending the f7 pawn rather than pushing it, we see a rook lift. So definitely a couple of reasons for this move. Um, Maybe they are concerned about queen f2 and then rook from a to f1 attacking that f7 pawn. So the rook adds lateral defense, but could also be potentially used for doubling the rooks, either rook from e to d8, or maybe the queen's going to move and the rook from the d file is going to go to e7.
yes, I
Um,
think that's the idea. Black is like normally when you go rook d7, your idea is to double on d file. The rook lifts and then the other rook doubles. But of course, it can also be the other way around. You want to double on e file with rook d7 to e7. But also, black's plan might be to capture the bishop with on g3 the next move, and after queen takes, c7 pawn is protected, and they can immediately offer a trade, for example, with queen h4.
I think another idea that black could be having with this move is maybe the knight on g6 would like to move and they're worried about bishop to h4 potentially skewering the queen and the rook. So this rook is actually leaving a dark square and getting on a light square and is now unable to be targeted by white's only bishop on the dark square. So it's another potential idea.
That's
This
true, but of course, queen is uh, quite suffocated on this square, and if we allow, sorry, bishop h4 after knight e5, we probably will have to go f6 anyway, because taking the queen to f8 will be um, equal to.
well, I guess let's say instead of rook to d7, you could have actually played knight e5, and if bishop h4 there, you could even take the rook on f3 because it actually is hitting the queen on
True.
e1. Although if white were to take the queen on e7, it's still hitting the rook on d8. But none of this was played. I think black is just trying to wait for the right moment to strike. I think that knight is really gonna try and get into e5 with the tempo on the
Probably,
rook on f3.
probably. Knight b3. Thank you for 2000 bits.
Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much. That definitely helps, and we appreciate it. So
Um, Mr. Murfinsky is saying that knight should be headed to e3, and it will be a prophylaxis against c5, c4. Well, that's the thing. When you have doubled pawns, you often want to exchange one of them, and then this would be the idea of pushing c5, c4.
That is definitely a good point. But also, just in general, even if those pawns weren't there and doubled, you would still like the knight on e3 because it's right behind the pawn on e4. And so both the pawn and the knight kind of gang up on those light squares
Of
on
course,
d5 and
f5.
f5.
f5 is a beautiful square for the knight,
Oh, yeah.
especially that's why probably Goryachkina really does not want to play f6 yet, because once you play f6, you kind of say, okay, you can take f5, because if you also play g6, you will weaken your king a lot and the pawn structure as well.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. I was originally saying queen to f2 is possible, but I think it's also possible that black could respond with bishop to c5, hitting the queen. So maybe f2 is actually not the best square for the queen. Um, and it's
Yeah,
possible that
if
this is what
we
White's thinking
play,
about.
yeah, if we prepare to play queen f2, we probably want to play rook d1 first, and then if we play queen f2, bishop c5, then we can play d4 with the tempo. Of course, white has a potential of quite a strong center here, but pushing it too early can cause damage because black, well, first of all, both pawns become hanging, and second, black has not one but two pawns on c file, which can gradually annoy the d pawn.
I think a move has been played.
Rook f5.
Um, yeah, White's using that f5 square, just not for the knight. Instead, it's for the rook. So
That's very interesting.
this actually does take a little bit more control over e5 in case the black knight ever would want to go there. And now it's also no longer coming with the tempo because the knight is no longer on f3.
Yeah, but it's still possible to play knight e5, of course. Mm. It's also possible to play knight h4. No, no, I'm lying. It's not possible, but it's possible if we first trade on g3.
That is true. Um,
And then we can either play queen h4 or knight h4. The question is, what do we want as black?
well, if you capture on g3, which I don't think black would do because you're just inviting the queen in, I don't think the knight to h4 move is that good for black because it's really just coming with a tempo against the rook on f5, which you could go to like g5, um, attacking the pawn on g7, and also discommunicating the queen from the knight on h5. So the knight would just have to go back to g6, and as a result, you're just kind of giving white free tempos to play with. Um,
Yeah, and of course, black should not trade the bishops um, for as long as possible, because as long as the bishop is there, queen is also stuck protecting it. Sorry.
so I see b6 has been played. Um, that was not a move on my mind, but it's possible they're gonna try to mount maybe some more pawn moves on the queen side in the future. Although right now, I think this could give white maybe like a move to kind of get their queen situated and their last piece, the rook on a1, into the game. So
Or
let's
they
see.
can relocate the knight. And
Yeah. So white has a lot of options here.
with moving, once you move the knight, assuming it will be going to d1 and then to e3, white can also say, what are you doing with these pawns? Are you pushing them? Because I can also push. I can also push to c3 and then d4. And white can potentially also play b4, c4 and take a lot of space in the on the queen side.
Yeah, I do like the idea of queen to e3. That's definitely an option. Still protecting the bishop on g3, and still allowing for the rook on a1 to get to f1. Um, but yeah, I wonder if there's a major difference between e3 and f2. The main one I'm seeing is that it's no longer going to be on the e file if you play to f2, so you're no longer lined up with the queen and rook. Um, but something about queen e3 seems it's definitely possible that the bishop in both of those situations will come to c5 with a tempo, and I think I saw someone suggesting b4 actually to prevent the bishop from getting to c5, but I think that would cause pretty severe weakness along
I did
the
not
dark
see that
diagonal.
coming.
So knight e2, perhaps trying to get to f4 and
Mm,
trading off the knights.
I feel like white knight was had more potential than the black one.
Did you like did you like knight to d1 trying to get to e3?
Yes.
Because I know we were talking about that earlier, but maybe the knight on e3 would not be as favorable now that the rook is occupying f5.
Well,
So
that's the thing, the rook can always move to h5, and it's actually quite comfortable there because there is no g6 threat. And then if once the knight moves away, we also can bring the queen to play. There are so many options for white. It's definitely um, they definitely have more space and uh, options for maneuvering.
actually, you know, an idea about knight e2 is that it actually could potentially support a d4 pawn push. So again, if we see queen f2 now and bishop to c5, you have enough support to play d4. Um, and then where does the bishop go? It just has
Well,
to go back to d6,
yeah, I see where you're coming from, but
and then
in
e5
this
would trap it.
position, if, for example, well, let's say black plays something, let's say c6, for example. Oh, why can't I? Ah, they play c5.
Yeah, so
Okay,
now
they
we don't have
played,
to worry about
yeah,
bishop c5.
but for example, in this position, um, suggest a move.
Just like a filler move, or like an actual like good move to suggest.
A good move.
A good move. What, like rook from e8 to d8
Well, that's the
maybe?
point. My
I don't know.
idea then does not work.
Oh, what's
Okay,
your
let's
idea?
say a6 and we play this and bishop
So
goes to c5. Actually, after d4 we can even take on e4 and knight is hanging. So if white
oh, that's
takes,
true.
queen takes, and Black has beautiful open files, and this
Yeah,
this is not
I
good.
I saw that the e4 pawn was hanging, but I saw that you would take on c5, but I missed that the rook and queen were ganging up on that knight on e2. So that is a good point.
Yeah, that's why I did not like the this move to e2 with the knight, um, because the white not only can drop the pawn in case of d4 move, but also rook will be um, unprotected as well as the knight, and that's why the knight on e3 was would have been much better, because it was also supporting the rook. The idea of this move, I think, can be knight d4, and that's why black played c5, because after knight d4, not only c6 square is not protected, but also a7 is not protected, and queen here is very awkward. Queen only has one place to go.
Yeah, that's true actually.
e6 is also
Oh,
possible,
oh no,
but
so the queen
not
has
not
two
with
moves.
not with the knight on d4. Like you can, I mean, yeah,
It's
if
just not a lot.
like
It's
the knight takes here, if queen goes here, then the knight can even
yeah,
go back.
that is
Maybe they
actually a
don't
good
even
point.
want to take the pawn on a7, and the queen is really awkward here, and that's why also this pawn, this rook lift was a little bit concerning
Concerning for black.
for black. Yes, so they are like admitting that something is wrong in their position if they have um, to put the queen in such an uncomfortable position.
Well, that's definitely a really good point as to why they would play c5. But that is
c5 is
really interesting.
basically forced. The other
Well,
option was bishop e5.
I guess after playing a move like b6, you're definitely weakening the c6 square. So it makes sense that they would try to cover that by preventing the knight from getting to d4 with c5. So so I guess that was an idea perhaps of playing the knight to e2 rather than trying to go for knight to e3. Was trying to attack that pawn on c6.
Because b6 obviously weakened this square.
Okay, so here we see Ju Wenjun has played b3, which is kind of opening up that long dark square diagonal. Um, so I don't know if it can be taken advantage of right away, but definitely if you could get a bishop there, it comes with a tempo on a1. Another idea for c5 is that it also just prevents white from playing d4, which we were looking at a little bit with like queen f2 in some lines. Although you showed that the e4 pawn would hang, um, it is possible that
Yeah, but of course,
eventually white would
once
like to play.
we move the pawn to c5, where it's obviously now not going anywhere else unless white plays d4, we are making our bishop really, um, I would say, stupid there. It's not, it's not really going anywhere.
So let's see. I think queen f2 now. I mean, we keep looking at this move. I think it's becoming more and more of an idea, especially now that we're not concerned of bishop to c5. Now that the c5 pawn is occupying that square, um, I'm still really trying to get white to get their last rook into the game. I mean, it hasn't moved, so we'll see. I don't know what b3 was really trying to do. I wasn't maybe maybe Ju Wenjun was like slightly concerned about a c4 pawn break, which reopens the c5 square up for the bishop. So, so yeah, like you said, that c5 pawn's not going anywhere, um, especially now that b3's been played.
Yeah, and we really wanted to keep this diagonal um, available for the bishop.
Yeah, so the bishops are in a staring contest right now
Yeah.
with no
Uh,
sign of blinking in sight.
Now the question to white is, what do you do with this knight? Like, you went to e2 with only reason to go to d4, and now you cannot do this. So what does the knight do now?
Um, well, also another thing to think about now that c5 has been played, there's no longer a pawn taking control of d5. So it's not too absurd to think that the knight could go back to c3 looking at d5. But I think there's a couple responses black could have. One being to just simply play c6 and
Mhm.
say, like, where's your knight going? And it would probably want to go back. But another idea is that you could potentially pin the knight with like bishop to e5. Although
And
then I think,
force to trade.
yeah, that or the rook would have to just move. But ideally, white would move the queen first to get the rook to f1, um, in my opinion. So here we see maybe a little bit more of an idea behind the rook to d7 move. The queen's going actually back to d8. So I was
Yes.
thinking doubling the rooks, but looks like the queen's being tucked back.
So there might be a few reasons for this move. So with your idea, after knight to c3, I can play it to check, to to do something like bishop e5, forcing to trade. Now black can take with the rook and ask, what do you
Hmm,
do with your rook? Um,
that's
the
true.
the other idea uh, in the future for black could be to use this big diagonal, which is now semi-opened with b6. So queen potentially can go to a8. And also black can double the rooks on e-file now.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at rook from d to e7. Is a good idea. Lining up opposite the queen. Um, but yeah, I didn't think about the queen to a8 maneuver, but that is definitely possible. Trying to get some activity along the light squares, also opposite the king on h1. Um,
Well, queen is definitely better on d8 than it was on e7.
yeah, that is kind of interesting that you make seemingly a retreating move, but opening up more options for your piece, as it definitely has more moves here than it did before. So meanwhile, White's queen still, I mean, only having moved once from d1 to e1.
Well, it was just
Um,
fixed.
yeah, that queen finally moved to f2. I've been dying for that. Okay,
Yes, and now white is sort of implying that they are going to do a logical move, rook f1 next move.
rook f1.
And now it will be hanging on f7 already because the queen left. I really hope that black is not going to play rook e7, because then I probably will completely quit chess.
Rook e7, getting the rooks on the seventh. Although normally it's white that's trying to get the rooks on the seventh rather than black. But yeah, I mean, rook from e to e7. I thought about it, but I didn't think it was worth saying. But I'm glad that you said it. Um, Yeah, definitely would be unorthodox.
Yes, but the rook from a1 definitely will become happy next move.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's very easy for white to kind of think of ideas here, right? Rook from A to F1, trying to hit F7. Like, yeah, how do you that's like obviously the clear plan for for white. What does black do to stop this? Now, if another idea behind knight e2 is if the bishop were to take on g3, then you have knight recapture, leaving the queen on the f file, right? Because I don't think black would like to play f6 or rook to f8 or rook from e to e7. I don't think any of those are good moves. Um, and the queen's not coming back to e7 because once rook from a1 gets to f1, taking on f7 is definitely a threat. So black's gonna have to prevent this.
Well, they cannot prevent the rook from going to a1 to f1, obviously. f6, of course, is still a possibility, but I know you really don't like this move. But with this battery on f file, um, there can be even some tactics at some point later with sacrificing a piece on f6 for two pawns.
Yeah, yeah, maybe f6 and then you play something like knight to
Knight
f4
c3 and or
and going back to
I
c3,
think
back
white
to d5.
prefers to keep the knight, to not to exchange it.
Really, you don't like the knight on g6?
I don't mind it, but white knight is so much more uh, maneuvering.
It
Like
has a lot more potential.
we have all these beautiful squares which this knight can, like, of course c6 is now unreachable, but uh, yeah, there's just so
Yeah,
many
I think
options.
I think knight c3 you definitely would probably see like c6, I think. And then but again, that you were saying that the queen would like to go to a8 potentially if
Well, c6 immediately is not possible because we will take on d6 and then on f7.
mm, that's true.
So yeah, but now it's a black to move. Knight g6 wants something, for sure. Knight g6 wants to go somewhere. Probably on e5. But then white, of course, can immediately jump to f4.
Yeah, it's a thing. Once that knight on g6 moves, I mean, there's also bishop h4 um ideas. I also think that white might just play rook to a to f1, like no matter what.
Yes, they can. Well, I'm not too worried about bishop h4 because, well, as I already said before, and computer also likes the move f6, but playing f6 just on its own is one thing, but if we respond to bishop h4 with f6, bishop is on a rim while we protected f7, and then the white is
Mm.
like, what do I do now? So playing f6 in response to bishop h4 would be actually good for black.
So the capture on g3 definitely prevents rook to f1. So I was thinking the knight would take, but the computer
Yes,
actually likes,
queen.
well, they're showing both lines, and actually the evaluation for knight takes is slightly better,
Yeah, I think with the
which
knight,
is interesting.
yeah, I would definitely take with the knight
You know,
because it becomes really logical with the whole idea of 92 because now the knight is coming to f5 anyway, but also has h5 square, and we keep
well,
this battery on f file.
the computer I don't think can make up its mind. I think it likes queen takes slightly better, although both are probably slightly more favorable for white in that white just seems to have a much more manageable position to play um, with the attack against f7. And like you said, the white knight having more potential, more options to play with. But we do see the bishop trade. Um, and I think the
So
computer, yeah,
queen.
it's saying queen takes and then playing c6. So stopping any ideas of the knight going back to c3. Um,
So here computer will prefers queen to take. I wonder why. Ah no, it's nearly equal. Right.
yeah, that is true though. I think even if white has more, you know, activity and more ideas to work with, and it might be easier to play as white, there's still no clear breakthrough. Like there's no concrete threat. Even if black had to play f6, there's really no good way that I can see of right now to kind of take advantage of it. But maybe if you induce enough long-term weaknesses, no matter how small they are, you could mount some sort of attack in the long run. But yeah, we see Ju Wenjun. She does take back with the queen, right?
And here I think I tend to follow my idea a few moves ago with using this knight on g6 for trading the queens, because queen on d8 is obviously worse than the white queen, which is facing the king, g7 pawn,
So
c7 is potentially weak.
are you thinking of queen to h4?
I think black needs to trade the queens.
I'm thinking queen h4, and then you would see something like, I mean, you try to leave the queens on, you'd play queen at f3 maybe. But once the queen moves from h4, then the knight could potentially come in with a fork on f3 and f5. So,
Yes, and queen can use this moment to relocate to a better square like h6, e7, because you're right, now white will have to solve the problem of the fork. So black is improving the queen's position with the tempo.
and you're spot on with that. Queen h4 has been played. Um, so yeah, keep the queens on, trade the queens. I think white would try to keep them on, but
Yeah, you want to keep them on, but now suddenly white queen becomes a bit awkward because
exactly.
if it has to move, it gives black a good position for a queen. The rook on f5 can get vulnerable versus this knight. The computer says that queen e3, from all the retreats of the queen, queen e3 is the best. But of course, for a human to play, to put the queen in front of the rook is very counter. Um, sorry, forgot the word. But yeah, you don't want to play this. It feels wrong. We
Yeah,
always
because you're
we
you're
always
lining up
want to
opposite the rook,
we
right?
always counter intuitive, right? You you always want to move the queen out of the pin.
Maybe it's possible you don't even react. Maybe if you wanted to, you're okay with the queen trade, you just now play rook a to f1, and if queen takes, you take back with the knight. Although, I mean, I think I mostly wanted the knight to take on g3 because I wanted to leave the queen on f2. But now, if the queens were to trade and the knight goes to g3, I don't really see a lot of good um, like forward moves for the knight on g3. Except, if the knight were to, or the rook on f5 were to move, then the knight f5 would look appealing. But at the moment, I was looking at knight h5 and didn't really see much of a follow up. So
David David Xu is suggesting king h2 and then take on g3 with a king. Activate the king immediately. It's actually an interesting idea because in this case we keep the opportunity for a knight to go to d5. Probably I would go to f4. Of course, after the knight has been moved from g6.
yeah, that's definitely possible. King h2. Just then, hey, let's go into an endgame.
After
But
after king g3, we also have h4 move. But anyway, queen moved away. But we can quickly look at this idea because here we even have h4 potentially and kick this knight away and then go knight f4, force c6, and
yeah,
then
I
we can
think
start annoying. Well, we cannot go to h5 because we just put the pawn there, but definitely this knight can. Now we have h3. So after this, knight here, queen f, king, knight f4, and then we can go to h3 and g5. This is quite a rich position when you look at it. While black, if they play c6, they will take away the square from the knight. So the knight on e5 will have no moves. And you really don't want to have your knight in the very center having no moves.
yeah, that's another counterintuitive idea because, everyone always says you want your knights in the center,
Mm-hmm.
but
And here it's like on a rim, it doesn't have any moves. So black will have to probably move the rook to e7 so that the knight will have d7 square, but
mm-hmm.
it's not a good square either because all these pawns are stopping it from having nice stroll on the grass.
Yeah, that knight's definitely looking for greener pastures, but maybe it's just best where it is on g6.
I
So
thought queen a3 was played, or was it
no,
not?
I still see queen
I
h4.
think maybe I played queen a3 earlier, and that's why it was saved.
Probably. Yeah, on my
Yes,
board I still
white.
just see queen
Yes,
h4.
white is still thinking. Yeah, there is something to think about, but I think black will have more problems to solve.
Yeah,
Computer actually likes king h2 more and more as
I
it
see that. Yeah,
calculates deeper and deeper.
that was a good find by David in the chat. So,
Oh, we
and
got
he,
a raid!
thank
Master
you.
Ray Robson, thank you so much for the raid.
I hope you guys had a good stream. definitely appreciate the support here.
And welcome all the raiders. Yeah, hope you enjoyed the stream. Welcome, broccoli mode. I like it a lot. I like broccoli.
And the Terminator emote as well. Definitely robotic like calculation.
My cat also says hi to everyone.
It's very
Meanwhile, we
nice.
have more and more people joining our stream. It's great to see. For those of you who don't know us, my name is Maria. My co-host is Joe. I actually just today I learned that Joe's last name is not Brun. There is a story behind it, Joe. Maybe you can share it with our viewers while we're um, waiting for the move to be played.
Yeah, so my name's actually Joe Lee, and I got Joe Bruin from my school, UCLA, where I graduated back in 2018. The mascot is actually called Joe Bruin, and the Bruin is actually a brown bear, essentially. But it's funny, a lot of Dutch people assume that Bruin's my last name because it means brown in Dutch. Um, but but no, it's not my last name. And I think Maria also has a funny story with her last name because some people might know her as Miss Lova Lova, which is
Yes.
actually a funny. Well, I'll let her tell her the story.
Yeah, my nickname on Chess.com and in some social media is Miss Lavalova, and I got this from a Norwegian reporter who was making an interview with me during the New York World Championship match. I was in a team of Sergei Karyakin, so they wanted some insights. Um, and he actually practiced to pronounce my last name, and it's a long name, and many people struggle. Even our producers made a mistake twice today, but he practiced to pronounce it, and he still could not. And there is actually a clip. Let me just quickly pull it up from my channel because I even have a comment for it. So I became a Mr. Bombastic.
So while you pull that up, it seems that White actually went for the queen trade, accepted on h4, knight takes back, and then the rook dropping back to f2. So, yeah, no king h2 move there. Um, still allowing for the rook on a1 to f1. And now that the knight has left g6, I think really the only move for the knight is gonna be back to g6, but it looks kind of tempting right now for the knight to maybe hop into f4, but maybe it's possible that white could get in like an f5 break in at that point. Hmm. But I don't think that would be very good for black.
So we are just have been called a trio because we are joined by a cat who is even probably audible. I don't know if some people can hear, but he is purring really loud. But yeah, Kevin is just taking it off my tongue. If you want to see the names of the cats, you can always go to my channel and use the comment cats. And yeah, you can also meet them on stream very often. We have a treat command, and we also get them treats every time I get a raid. And Joe also has feeding ritual of his turtles. Can you also tell us about your
Yeah,
turtles?
So I don't have five cats, but I have two pet turtles. They're both red-eared sliders. One's named Jake, one's named Teddy. So they're actually a permanent fixture on my stream. I have a turtle cam, so pretty exciting stuff.
We were not chosen to be co-commentators because of this. Because we both have two pet cameras. It's a coincidence. I think so.
Who knows? Maybe our pets are our source for our chess powers. Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe at some point we will have a tournament for pets of the
Well, it's
streamers.
funny. I saw another streamer in chat, Grandmaster Roland from the Netherlands. He is known as Monkey Chess. And he was telling me we should have a monkey versus turtle battle. Maybe we could also have a turtle versus cat battle. I don't know. So lots of streamers with animal themes.
Yeah, I don't know if we can go that far to add the cameras of our pets on the official stream here. I'm not sure if it will be widely appreciated. But we definitely will be happy to introduce you to our pets on our streams. I might even stream after this.
You could raid yourself.
I can raid myself. Never done this before. I cannot do shout out to myself, but I
Or
can raid myself.
yeah, maybe I'll raid you with the chess.com. Actually, I don't know if I have the power to raid.
I think you do.
Maybe. Should I try it now and then cancel it? That seems kind of risky.
No. It's better not to. No, I think I can raid, but yeah, let's get back to the game. There was some development, so the knight is finally back to c3.
Yeah, so the knight on h4 wasn't doing much, so it just goes back to g6. Knight coming back to c3, and at this point, there are no queens or bishops that could take advantage of that long dark diagonal. So like imagine how insanely strong a bishop on like d4 would be right now, just hitting everything. But white doesn't have to worry about that, so the c3 square is definitely available. But black could simply just play c6 here. I think try to prevent that knight from going anywhere.
Yeah, but once you play c6, you open the idea of a5, a4, a5, with the idea to open a file, and maybe this rook on a1 will never actually need to even go anywhere, and will be happy on a1.
Oh, that's true.
Because
I
once we play pawn to a5, of course black will not trade, because then it's gonna be just two sad pawn islands. But even if white takes on b6, the structure of uh, doubled pawn with one pawn next to them is much worse than what we have now on the board, because it's much less flexible,
I
and of
think
course open from two sides to attack.
I could see if white were to play a4, I think black would probably respond pretty quickly with a5, just stopping any idea of white playing a5. Um, but yeah, I think even if white were to play a5, they would definitely not take on a5. That would be probably the worst option.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, so a5, of course, probably, maybe not a5, maybe a6, with the idea to play b5 after a5. But there is definitely some. Black, black did not care and decided to not to go c6.
okay, well, let's see. Knight to d5 now, definitely an option. But then if you were to play c6, the knight would probably want to go to. I'm thinking like e3 to f5 could be a thing. Um, but I mean, that's definitely a very long route to get to f5 when they could have just played knight to g3 to f5, right? Although the major difference in that line is that you've induced c6, but I don't really see how c6 could be taken advantage of from White's point of view. But yeah, I definitely agree with a lot of people in chat are saying rook from A to F1. I've been kind of pushing for that move for a couple moves now. It is definitely one of the top. Actually, no, it's not one of the computer suggesting rook F to F1, which
Yes,
is
this. I think the whole play is now moving to queen's side. That's why white will be retreating the rook back. But I don't think black is worried about knight d5 because then they will kick away the knight with c6.
that is interesting that you could see a bunch of maneuvers here on the queen side, and that there's not really an attack that you could start on the king side. Because even if you do play rook A to f1, what exactly would the follow up be? Because I don't think you could break through on the f file anytime soon. f7 seems more than defended.
Yeah, but I guess the question is if white is playing for advantage or not. Because the only way for them to break through now is using the a pawn and opening
Yeah.
the a file because there's no uh, they are outnumbered on the king side with pawns. The knight on e5 has a nice forepost. That's why
So
trading the queens was a good move for black.
yeah, you would hope that white would always be playing for an advantage. But yeah, the computer definitely favors white, not by too much. It's only reading like plus 0.2, plus 0.3. Um, but yeah, interestingly enough, if rook AF1 were to be played, what little advantage white has is lost. And the computer is only recommending either c6 or a6. So again, we see these queen pawn moves. So
One deeper depths, computer also starts liking g4 for white.
okay, so getting some
Knowing Ju
some
Wenjun, she can play that.
she can or can't.
She can. She definitely is looking into this move because it gains more space. But
Yeah,
she actually decided to play g3. This is interesting.
g3. So I was actually looking at g3 in a line where the knight was still on h4. Um, but g3 now, not coming with a tempo or anything.
Mouse sleep. This is really funny.
Was it?
If it was a online game, yes, actually, because I think g4 is much better. If you are already moving a pawn and um, weakening, every pawn move is weakening the structure. You might as well do it to g4.
So maybe the king wants to come up to g2, and they don't want to commit too much. But yeah, g4 could have been, you know, just launching a pawn at the king side. Let's see. So I think a lot of the lines are just saying that black should just keep with the idea of a6, trying to keep play on the queen side. So it'd be interesting to see if both players kind of agree on which side of the board to play on, or if Ju Wenju is gonna be consistent or insistent rather, and try to keep playing on the king side, where they have control over the only, well, the semi-open file on the F file. But yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
maybe that's why she's not playing g4 immediately, not committing to pushing the pawn so far, because she wants to see what the opponent wants. Maybe also she is planning to move the f rook from this file, and then pawn on g3 is uh, controlling f4 in case if the knight will try to relocate via g6. Maybe even g5 in some variations is possible with following up knight g6 and knight f4.
Mm.
Now black is playing a5.
We see a5, so now I'm wondering if white's gonna respond on the queen side and play a4, just trying to put any stop to black playing a4. Although, well, black wouldn't play a4 now, but yeah, I thought a6 could have been an interesting idea, trying to go for b5. Because if you play b5 now, it's hanging with the knight. So maybe black can still prep this with the c6 b5 kind of idea.
Now we will have a lot of moves played quite quickly because the players are still in the move 28, which means they still need to play 12 moves until the time control, and they already have less than half an hour each. So
Yeah,
Ju Wenjun almost instantly plays a4.
she does. So she was definitely looking at a5. She wants to kind of keep a control over the b5 pawn break for now. Um, and yeah, I was thinking about c6, but clearly the knight wants to take control of this square first. Maybe pivoting in towards d4 before black were to play c6 if they wanted to play d6. So yeah, that's definitely an idea. Knight to d4. This is probably a more active square and a little bit deeper into white's position, but no immediate threats to follow up.
What is chat average elo today? Well, I guess Stockfish adds a lot to average elo, and of course, once Stockfish shows more than 0.5, we get a lot of messages that black is losing, but don't judge it so quickly because it's just half a pawn. It might as well be that computer just drops half a point for doubled pawns.
Yeah, I mean, even if we're one side were to lose a whole pawn, uh, there's a lot of positions where you could be down a pawn and be completely okay in a drawn position. So definitely can't rely too much on the computer. It is definitely helpful to look at these different lines. But yeah, definitely didn't like knight c6 too much. But again, no clear breakthrough for white to find. But it is interesting, like you said, they have a bunch of moves left to play before they get the bonus time. So we'll see once the players get low on the clock here if any major weaknesses are made.
Well, I definitely prefer white here because knight now can comfortably go to d5 and will not be kicked away immediately. Black still needs to decide what to do with the knight, and white also has now. I mean, I would probably finally expect rook a to f1. Uh,
Yeah, now that the
knowing
queen
that
side's
pawn,
pretty locked up.
and after knight d5, white can also play c3. I don't know. Maybe we are late with tempos, but Knight d5, knight b4 probably immediately, because we want to trade it. And doubling a pawn on b4 would be better, because then white will have a weak square on c3. But of course, white is not going to trade this knight, and they have to move it. Yeah, white is late with c3. They cannot play c3 now, and they will need to prepare it by protecting d3 pawn. Otherwise, it would be nice for them to kick away the
Yeah.
knight, to at some point play d4, not now, but also b4 is possible somewhere.
For white, you're saying b4
After c3,
after
to
c3.
after preparing it, yes.
That would be an interesting pawn break to get in. Potentially opening up the a file.
Yeah, but also, of course, easing black's life with removing their doubled pawns. But I don't see other breakthrough for white in this position.
Were you
And
saying
I think wasting time here is really not a good idea. If you see a good move, you should play it with time ticking.
so do you think knight d5 could be sufficient defense for d3? Like, are you saying that you don't have enough time to play c3? Is that because you're saying that knight's going to come into b4?
Um, yes, I mean, if we are talking exact moves, knight is playing to b4 immediately, and now we cannot play c3 because d3 is hanging.
Well, no. It's white's move right now. Yeah, knight to d5. Oh,
Knight
the
b4
knight
immediately.
will take on d3. Now that I see it, yeah.
Of
Okay.
course, the knight, we don't want to trade the white knight, so we will
Yeah.
retreat to f4, and then still c3 is not possible because g3 is hanging.
You're right. Well, now it's even. Oh
So
well, the
it's
knight's
very
actually
precise
okay.
play now, and
So,
king
are you expecting
g2.
rook to d1 at any point?
Um, so knight is going to b4 anyway, and now of course white lost a chance to go to d5, but maybe knight is better on c3. Yeah, when you have so like, it looks like they spent so much time making that small maneuvering moves, and now when they have to take important decisions, they just don't have any time left. It seems like a bad time management.
It was really interesting to think that 20 minutes on the clock is not a lot, especially when people like me that play mostly just online, that's like seems like almost like an eternity.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, of course, but
but for these people, the amount of calculation that they do, I mean, the number of moves that they're just looking at, it's so much more than.
and also it's
Uh,
much more at stake.
oh, for sure, definitely.
Plus, it's it's sometimes difficult to switch from slow thinking to fast thinking. They spent the last 3 hours um, taking time to make each move, and now they have to play basically one third of a game in 20 minutes. Maybe they had too many rest days.
Do you think they're too lethargic to play fast?
It could be also some um, jet lag, not a big one, but even 2 hours uh, can be taking you out of your normal routine.
I think that's just even more reason why we should see them do a puzzle battle.
You really like puzzle battles.
Well, I mean, someone asked who's more tactically, uh, who's tactically stronger. And what
I
better
don't.
way
I
to
don't.
figure that
I
out?
don't think they. I don't think they have very big strength difference in tactics.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, they're both extremely strong grandmasters.
But I can definitely see that Goryachkina is more um, uh, like brave in this position. She takes decisions faster, and she already has almost 10 minutes extra.
Yeah, so here we see White finally is playing G4, which is, like you said, a move
Yeah,
that
I think
should have definitely
she.
been considered
That's why she
earlier.
took time. She probably didn't want to admit that she made a wrong decision earlier, and fixing it is moving the pawn again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's easier for black here because they don't have so many ways to defend, and white is trying to find the best attack, and they are essentially losing time. White
Yeah,
is white has a comfortable position still, but the black's position is definitely better than it was 5 moves ago.
yeah, I think it's interesting. The complement between the position and the clock between the early game and now, because earlier we were saying that black seemed kind of cramped. They were lower on the clock out of the opening, and white had all the potential and all the moves to play for and more time on the clock. But now like it's kind of simple for black to play as well. Like you said, it's definitely a lot easier to play now than it was earlier. But still not too difficult for white to play. Um, but yeah, that G4 move is definitely interesting. I wonder if there is anything that Ju Wenjun can point at and justify G3 being a move played. But um, I think Goryachkina replied pretty quickly here with E5. I think she might have been ready for this with this plan, perhaps. I was looking at maybe like white, if C2 weren't hanging, you could potentially try to get your knight to F5 and try to take over more control over the D5 square. But it seems that black is taking over the fifth rank here with their their rook. So again, this A1 rook has not moved at all this entire game, and definitely
I'm
hoping
probably
it.
still not intending to, because here I think white has to move the knight again to a better square. There's
Well,
nothing to do for it on b5 or d5.
you can't go knight e2 because then you drop c2, and
Yes.
you're not going to go up to d5. So what does that
Knight
leave you with?
d1. Knight d1 only.
Knight d1 to e3, which we've looked at before.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's definitely a good option.
Because then you will also protect c2, and the rook will have a chance to move maybe to f5. Is it good for white? Because if we trade the rooks, we can put the g pawn to f5, open g file, some maybe some attack on king side.
Are you thinking of like king to g3 and just continue moving all the pawns and just trying to get something going? You
King,
think like h4 maybe
maybe, but I think I would prefer to first improve the knight's
the piece,
position.
the knight. So you think
You can
okay.
put the knight on f5 as well, because g6 is not really an option. You don't want to weaken f6 square.
Yeah, I think another issue with trying to launch the king side pawns is that you technically have like a minority, right? A minority attack. I mean, it's 2 on 3.
Hmm. We
So
need
I
more
really,
pieces there, I guess.
yeah,
And I really don't like her time management here. It's still 10 moves. Like, normally when you have this amount of pieces, it's probably enough for 10 moves. But this is a very precise position. If white is playing for win, of course, white can take a probably can take a draw at any moment.
you said they have to make it to move 40 before they can offer draw, right?
Yes,
Not that she would want to offer draw here, but
no,
um, okay. So
but
we do see
black
the knight to
black
d1. Okay.
doesn't really have any ways to put white in trouble. So maybe that's why she is taking time to think, because she can always like repeat the moves, maybe knight e3, knight f5, and then just slowly improve the king's position. Maybe that's why she's not too worried about time. It's black who has to solve problems.
Yeah. On the other hand, black might be trying to play faster because they do know that um, Ju Wenjun has less time to think here and is trying to get to that 40 move mark for the extra time. It's possible that uh, this would be the time to press, right? Trying to induce some sort of mistake.
There were two decisive games, yes. Goryachkina first lost with black, and the next game she won with white. And we can I can share the link to the official website with you so that you can see all the information. Oops.
Yeah, there have been two decisive games, and this is the third game that started with e4. All three played by Ju Wenjun, and the two previous ones actually were draws. So, um,
But she was pushing. She was also pushing in the second game of the match.
yeah, I think so. It's very clear to me. The knight wants to go to e3,
Mm-hmm.
which also adds a little bit of support to c2, which frees up the f2 rook, potentially trying to get to f5 again. But maybe before rook f5 is played, maybe finally after rook or the knight to e3, the rook on a1 can kind of help contribute towards white's play.
Yeah, I will try to not to move away from the microphone too much. It's just that I'm used to stream with my headphones where mic is built in, so I can move around how much I want. But once I move away from this microphone, we have sound issues. So I will
Yes,
try to.
Maria tried to stream with her headphones with her kitty ears built
Yeah,
in.
I wasn't allowed to. I can only do it on my stream.
So yeah, if you want to
This
check
is a
her out with those
serious
headphones.
channel.
Exactly. So, um, all
What
right, H
channel? I cannot
H5.
shout out myself. Can somebody else do it, please?
I'll do it. I'll personally vouch for your channel.
Oh, H5 is.
So, H5 striking at the heart of White's king side structure here, G4. So maybe Ju Wenjun could argue that they didn't play G4 right away because of H5, right? It's something that black can kind of target with a move like H5. So yeah, this is definitely very interesting. Although I still think that knight to e3 is a good plan.
I
I
don't
mean,
think
just kind of
white
following
knee
through.
has to worry about this pawn.
Well, I don't think it's something that needs to be worried about, but do you think it's possible that Black would play H4 and maybe even G5 and just kind of close everything off in that position? Although I think G5 might be a little bit more committal than H3, especially with the knight getting into F5.
Yeah, if the
Um,
knight gets to. I don't even think that the knight. I think I would put the rook to f5.
the rook to F5. Okay,
I don't think that h4 is a possibility here. Because
okay.
the knight also, like, once you move the pawn from g7, the knight has h6,
That's true.
and then f7 will fall.
Well,
And
that's
trading on g4 is also not a good idea because white can immediately take h file. Black will not be in time to do anything there. So I think it might be a move, um, just trying to confuse the opponent in under a low time. Maybe she is like uh, sort of hinting that she can play h4, but I don't think she will do this. It's very dangerous.
you think it's overextended on
Yeah, because
h4.
then knight naturally will go to f5. Like it's like an
So okay,
invitation.
what if knight e3 now and then Goryachkina responds with like g6, preventing
Well,
knight to f5.
uh, with g6, I I'm tempted to actually take on h5, and
Really?
you will take
And
with
then
rook,
rook
right?
takes. Yes.
And then I can play knight g4.
Ah, that's a good idea. Wow. Looking at f6, forking everything, both rooks and the king. So, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
g6.
computer is indecisive, but it likes knight c4. It's also an option to push away the rook and then take, and then they only can take with a pawn. But obviously, the knight will be happy in these circumstances to have a lot of squares to go to.
Someone's suggesting knight takes c2 as a sacrifice. Um, you have
In
to get
which
some
moment?
major. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe. Well, you definitely can't do it now. They're saying that all the pawns are gonna fall. Like they're gonna get d3 next, and probably e4 next. So maybe it's three pawns for the knight. Um,
I agree that if you are sacrificing that, maybe knight d3, so then rook also takes on b3.
what about? I mean, if you're gonna sack the knight, you could also take on d3 now,
Yes, I
right?
think taking on d3
Yeah,
makes more point
d3,
if.
and then rook takes d3, forking the knight and the pawn on b3. And also the rook is now attacking e4 as well. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
king
think,
king will go to f3 to
well,
protect.
okay, knight. So let's say knight takes d3. Hmm.
Pawn takes, rook takes.
Well, you could have rook to d1. That rook on a1 with its first move, trying to pin the knight to the rook, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then could you take on e4 as black with the rook attacking the knight on e3?
I think I lost you. In which moment?
So let's say right now, black to move taking on d3.
Mm-hmm. Take with a
White
pawn.
plays. No, no. I was trying to
Ah, pin. Okay,
interpose
sorry. Yeah, yeah,
rook
yeah.
to d1. Yeah, but I don't think it works.
It doesn't work because of knight
No,
f4
no, 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 no,
discovered
no.
check.
Not rook to d2. Rook to d1.
Ah, rook to d1. Yes, I guess we take on e4.
Yeah, and I think that works for black.
Yes, it should work for black because now also g4 is probably falling and knight e5.
So they're not going for the sacrifice. Knight takes d3, and then c takes d3, and then rook takes d3. Um, it was definitely an interesting option, trying to create some sort of imbalance in material. Although I think black could potentially have been uh, compensated in more than enough pawns for the knight,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I think in this after knight e3, it's definitely a possibility to take on
but
d3.
instead, Goryachkina actually opts to bring the knight back to c6, and now the knight again could hop
So
into
she wants
d5.
to stop the knight from going to f5 by playing knight d4.
But I'm looking at that d5. Maybe remember earlier you were saying that we would love to get c3 in, but we don't want to hang d3. So, do you think if the knight were to play to d5 now, would the black knight go back to b4, or
Mm, knight d5. I think black would first maybe take on g4.
so pawn takes, white responds with pawn takes, or
Mm, although maybe keeping a pressure, especially that your opponent's time as well, is better. I'm not sure what does white actually threat to black. They can again they can play f6 or maybe even knight d4 to pin the rook to this to protecting this pawn on c2 as well.
yeah, it's kind of the same threat. I mean, controlling the square of c2, but it's actually a better square for the knight compared to b4 because it's a slightly more centralized square and also controlling a couple of the squares around the king side. So that could be a potential uh, remaneuver of the knight from b4 to c6. Let's see. Okay, so the king steps up to g3 here. Not going in for knight d5 or f5. Um, hmm.
Yeah, white's position is slowly improving. It feels like black doesn't have a plan.
How adventurous do you think White's king is going to be? I don't. There's no way they're going to go to f4 because I think I don't know.
No,
Actually,
no, there's
no.
well, I mean, in the future, it can be a
Well, yeah.
possibility for white to play king h4 to ask what are you doing with this pawn.
King to h4. You think? you think king h4, black could play g5 check, giving up the pawn on h5 and saying like your king's gonna get mated?
Well, I don't have to take, but I can
Well, if you
retreat.
go, okay, yeah,
I can retreat back, and if you like now, your pawn is again hanging on h5, and if you push it, then we come back
h4,
to this very beautiful f5
knight
square.
f5, yeah. Although
So
it's a very closed position after if you play g5 h4 as black, the knight on f5 is just a very strong piece. But I think black could be quick to counter that piece with a move like knight to d4 or knight to e7. Um, but but again, black might not necessarily want to take the knight on f5 because white has such a commanding control over it with all the pawns and the rook. Um,
actually, in this position, after king h4, knight c2 is a really good sacrifice.
hmm.
In uh, in this particular situation, king cannot protect the knight, and I guess we have to take with, I don't know, with a rook, and then rook takes, and we have to protect and takes on b3 or on e4. Yeah, so king cannot protect the
Yeah.
pawn on e4, and that's the main idea. So the
So
king cannot go very far away from the pawn. My mouse is captured by someone here.
so it's true. Cats do like mice.
Yes, well, I think they like to take the attention on themselves. You're talking too much about chess. Talk about me.
Yeah, Krato, Viljak, this is photo chess. So her real name is Maria Emelianova. Um, but yeah, I'll shout her out in the chat so you can go check out her channel
Thanks.
because she can't shout herself out. She's tried.
But
And
we are both. It's a debut for both of us with Joe to comment on Chess.com Twitch, and you also have to check Joe.
yeah, slash and trash.
Oh,
Maria has
okay.
5 cats.
I have misspelled
It's
your
okay.
name.
I think your name has still been misspelled more than mine has. So
Yeah, but especially with me complaining about this, I should not misspell others. But we even
to be
had a
fair,
co-stream with Joe before, and he destroyed me in puzzle battle.
yes. So Maria and I have streamed together before, just never on chess.com. Um, so, but yeah, that'd be fun if we
So
do
yeah,
another
the
stream.
knight went to d4, and now, yeah, sacrifice of the knight is,
Was knight d4 played,
I think it was.
or was that
Oh
just not
no,
your
sorry,
analysis?
it's my bad.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm hoping for knight d4 because then every move white has to consider an option of. Oh,
Well,
now
there it
it's been
is.
played.
Yeah. So knight
Uh,
d4, and again, we're looking at these sacrifices on c2,
if white is
because
not careful, black can take 4 pawns for this knight because obviously b3 will be very hard to defend. So the question is,
yeah.
yeah,
So
once the king moves away, e4 is vulnerable.
Hmm. Do you think it's possible for white to potentially play c3 and sacrifice the pawn on b3 and play rook to d1 and say the knight's trapped with the threat of
Yeah, but the
well,
problem is that black has c4. Not only this pawn is doubled, but it's also now an extra one. And your pawn on d3 would be thinned. Um,
well, the knight protects the rook on d1
for
and you could
now,
take on
yes, but
c4
it
with the
means
knight.
you cannot move the knight away. Once you
That's
move it,
true.
I
If
can
you
play
take,
c4.
yeah, knight takes c4, then rook takes e4 would be
But
possible.
even if, yeah, like we can even move the rook from e5 and still play c4, sacrifice it, and then put the knight on c5 and attack a4, d3.
That's true. That's all good points. I'm still just looking at all these potential
Yeah, but
sacrifices.
the pawn on c2 is very essential for protecting this entire structure.
Yeah, it's definitely the heart. It's obviously the base. And it's actually the center.
And
So,
that's why there are so many ideas for sacrifices, because this pawn is overworked in this position.
so I think we should celebrate. The rook on a1 is finally moved to f1.
Yay!
On
20
move
moves.
34, it has moved for the first time in the game. So, and here we see f6. So, the rook on d7 does not want to be tied down to defending f7. Um, so we see f6 played. And now the rook on d7 isn't tied down. I wonder if the knight is going to come in to f5 or d5 anytime soon. You know, you could potentially sacrifice on f6 if you play knight d5, right?
What about king h4 now? Does knight c2 work? Now we
Well,
will take with knight, not with rook.
so you're still not like, let's say king h4, g5. I think the king has to retreat at that point because if you
I'm
take
not
on
sure.
h5, you're getting mated, right?
The pawn is not on f7 anymore, so we even have g6.
Gee, that's true.
And
G6.
the knight is too
Well,
far
okay.
away on to attack. I don't know. Such a rich position with so few pieces. Yeah, the knight on b4 is too far away from the king, and I don't know if black has enough to mate the king. Um, no, sorry, knight was already on d4. f6, king h4. Now you say check here. Black simply has a perpetual check if we take on h5. Rook h7 and rook g7. So
Who is
king,
winning? I
king,
think
king
it
g3,
seems pretty even.
king g3. And now, according to Stockfish, the best move for black is knight c2 and they're still losing. Of course, because f6 is falling. No, so g5 is not an option here. Simply takes on g4, knight g4, and some retreat, rook e6. This is slightly comfortable, more comfortable for white, but I don't see any problems for black. There is no c3 because knight will take on b3, and there is always a chance
Mm.
to swap the knight for 3 pawns.
Okay, so we see f6 played, and now the knight hops into d5. Are we threatening rook takes f6?
Yeah, right now it is a threat. We win 2 pawns.
Because knight takes with the fork,
Yes.
recapture on d7.
For example, c6. C6, no, we will take on b6, but
Well, okay. The knight, let's say the knight takes d7, rook plays to e7. Where does the knight go? Back to f6. But then, no, I think that's good. Yeah.
yeah, but unfortunately there is almost no move for black to blunder it.
Yeah. So how is black gonna respond to this
Like the only way
f6?
for black to blunder this is to make a move with knight, but they really don't want to move the knight. So, for example, okay, this will be a triple fork. Like that, every move which plunders this fork is counterproductive for this position. Okay, maybe h takes g4.
Really? H takes g4, rook takes f6. Don't you think?
We don't have to take the rook, we can take on h3.
And
This is
then you
some
have, but
complications.
then you give check on f8, king to h7, and then
Yeah,
you
but
play like rook h1.
it's still equal pawns.
But white's getting a lot of counterplay here, right?
Not necessarily, the white king is also exposed.
That's true. And c2 is no longer defended.
And this knight on d4 is beautiful. It prevents the king from like taking some squares. In some variations we can even get mated with white.
It's a lot harder to see that
No, I
than
think,
black,
yeah, I
but
think this in this line, black is okay, completely okay. It's just equal. It's dynamic, but it's equal.
and the knight comes back to e3.
Um,
So the king has stepped up to f7.
no, wait. King
Not
f7,
taking on
knight e3.
g4, just trying to improve the king's position. It is getting into the f file lined up with the two rooks, but white seems to be bringing the knight back from d5. Um, hmm. Rerouting perhaps to where exactly? Do you think white's gonna free up the g4 square for the knight, trying to hit the rook on e5?
But white has c4. I don't think they need to move that pawn. I like this pressure on g4. The rook has to protect the pawn on h5 all the time.
Mm. Do you think this is like a draw offer? Black's way of saying, hey, you want to repeat position? If you play knight to d5, I'll play knight or king back to f7.
It could be, but I think white improved the position of their pieces while black didn't. So white can
Well,
still, and they only need 4 more moves to the control.
here, I mean, it looks like so the knight has played into d5 and then back to e3. The king has stepped up to f7 and has gone straight back to g8. It's definitely like I don't see how white's made any improvement other than just bringing the knight back, but it's possible the knight could jump back to d5 and they could at least repeat once. But no, instead white's going for more.
Knight f5. Well, there was a question again. Why not knight b3 here instead of king g8? Well, no, this is bad because we actually have intermediate move knight c4 attacking the rook. When the knight was on b4, there were many ideas taking on c2 or g3, but right now it's a bad variation of this idea.
Maria is a woman's FIDE master. That's what the WFM title stands for.
World Master sounds nice. I'm probably World Master in photography, but not in chess.
Maria is definitely much more well traveled than I am. So if either of us are a world master, it'd be her.
I'm more of a nomad.
um, yeah, and I'm sure these players are also very well traveled for all their different chess tournaments. So maybe the change of venue is not as much of an impact on their chess games as we'd like to make it seem.
So right now it seems like black has to decide something about this pawn, because the white has cut off the rook from protecting the pawn.
Let's see. Which pawn are you talking about?
The pawn on h5 is not protected anymore.
Okay. Yeah, you're saying that's the main threat in white's position is to take on h5.
Yeah. So black needs to answer the question: do they want to keep the knight on f5, or do they prefer to well, I guess white can take either with rook or with pawn, but I probably would prefer pawn g to f5, and g6 square will be now the main target of white.
You would take with the pawn instead of the rook.
Yes, I would take with g pawn, because now the h pawn is weak. The
So you're threatening
h6
king
square,
h4, right?
yes, and then I will double the rooks on g file.
On the g file, exactly.
And of course, there is no threats on queen side from black, at least not immediate ones, while white has very specific threats right now.
So black probably won't take on f5.
Yes, black probably wants to keep the knight, and if white will exchange knights on d4, then black will happily take with the pawn, undouble the pawns, and then allow the rook to go to c5, attacking c2.
So something interesting, that line you're saying where they take on the knight, take with the g pawn, and then king to h4, targeting the h5 pawn. I was thinking right now would be the ideal time to get rid of that h pawn and just take on g4, and that's actually what's
Yes,
been
and
played in the
that's
game.
actually the only good move in this position for black.
So taking on g4 first.
But
A
still,
recapture with the H
even
pawn.
even without the pawn on h5, allowing white to put the pawn on f5 is um, nearly suicidal in this position, because white will occupy h file and then also annoy the g7 pawn.
Well, I think that's what's been played in the game. We see knight takes on f5, g pawn recapture, and now
But
these
black has
rooks.
immediate g6 right now. That's the point. G6, and if white takes, rook g7, and this pawn falls. No, sorry, no,
Well,
not like that. No, sorry, not g7, rook g5 check, and then we take it. So this is the only point why black is surviving.
well, well. What if? Oh, so the king has to go on the f file because otherwise you're gonna get mated, right?
Mm-hmm.
On h7 there with the two rooks.
Yeah.
So I was hoping to play
Yeah, if the king goes,
king h4, trying to get that
yeah, and then
f6 pawn.
f6 falls anyway. But yeah, then unfortunately it's a mate. Not,
But
not
yeah,
sorry, not
rook to
immediately, but
g5.
yeah, you cannot do this because of
Oh,
mate.
wait. The pawn covers h7.
Yeah, but we first take on g6.
Oh, that's right. Nice. So that pawn is defended on f6.
So black has either g6 or g5, and they are equally good. The point
Really?
is to
I think I
remove the
like
pawn from g7 so that white
I like
cannot use this square. Yeah,
I think g6 is
probably g6 is better.
g6 is definitely, it feels a lot better than
And they already immediately
g5.
played it.
Okay, so they've seen this, and now we're gonna see rook to g5 without a
Yes,
doubt.
definitely. And of course white will not blunder a mate.
Yeah, so rook g5, and it's really just a question of king to f4 or king to f3. Probably.
Well, f3 gives more one more square to go to later, e2 or e3. So I think f3 is better. You are not really planning to advance your king any further.
Okay,
So
so
then rook takes. And then of course immediately move the king. I
and
think king
interestingly,
e2 is better, because in some variations later, if king is on e3 and the rook moved away from second rank, there is a possibility for black to cut off the king by rook g2, with some ideas of
interesting. That's really interesting. I just instinctively would like to play king e3 because it's just trying to keep it as close to the center as possible.
yeah, but here, because the d4 is protected, and like there is no any soon breakthrough there, maybe it's better to keep the king on the e2 with a chance to protect the pawn from d1.
Well, okay, let's
But
look
it,
at.
of course, it depends on specific position.
Do you think king f4? Let's try to be as aggressive as possible with the king. King f4. Let's say black takes the pawn back right away.
Mm-hmm.
You think you can go king f5? Looking at e6, hitting g6, the pawn on f6, just kind of hitting everything.
Well, without looking at the computer, I would respond with rook dg7. And what are you doing then? Because next move
Well, oh, that's true.
because then I want.
Wait. No. You're saying king f4. You want to play it out on the board. King f4, rook takes g6, king f5, and you're saying rook from d to
Or maybe I
g7.
will immediately play king f7. Actually, I wanted to play rook g7 and then king f7, but you have time to play rook e6.
Yeah, I think
So
Yeah, I think
maybe king f7 immediately.
king f7 does seem.
It doesn't look bad. It's just
Well,
probably
okay, rook to f7, and then can you swing a rook over on the h file?
yes. So we go to h file and well, I guess it's just not giving any chance for white to play for a win here.
That's interesting.
Because king has
I
time now to advance the king. The black has time to advance the king, probably to g6, and the pawn is protected.
I think it's definitely easier for white to play in this position. I mean, black has weaknesses in the f6 pawn and that it's isolated, and also doubled pawns on the c file, whereas white has one solid pawn structure with one base point at c2. So definitely harder for black to kind of concentrate and attack because white is just kind of more sound
Mm-hmm.
structurally.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you put the king closer to center, you you allow black some extra checks, and it allows them to regroup the rooks. And also, if you keep the king far away, and your rook from second rank will try to attack something, I always have rook g2 as well, and attack c2 pawn, and you really don't want to lose that pawn.
So king f4 is played. Not looking at any of the king e2 lines you were thinking of, but right here, let's say instead of king to f5, instead of trying to be super aggressive with the king, let's just try to. How about we swing over to the h file immediately and try to double up as quickly as possible?
Which
Do you
one?
think? Well, either one. I don't really know.
Okay,
Maybe
let's do rook h1.
h1. I'm thinking black could try to respond with rook h7, just trying to prevent the doubling of the rooks immediately. Um,
I don't think
do you?
I'm worried about this because the black king has e6 square in case of checks. And also black always has um, oh, actually there is no even checks there because the rook from g7 will prevent it. So we double the rooks first. Rook d to
Oh, that's
g7.
true. Black could be. Well, hmm.
This is pretty equal to me. Looks pretty equal.
Um, Kind of a similar idea as to what you're saying, in that you don't want black to, in some lines, you could say, cut off the king from going backwards. Black in that position could play rook to g3 with the threat of playing rook from the seventh rank to
Mm-hmm.
g4, forcing the king closer.
Mm-hmm. And that's why
Um,
king has to go on e3 now.
okay, so
For example, now I know actually black is just checking. There is nothing here. Check. Yeah, I guess white king is surprisingly safe here.
are you surprised at how safe the king is? Wait. Oh, black king. Okay.
No, white king.
Oh, the
I,
white
I
king.
mean that
Therefore, okay, okay.
there is no mate because
Really?
if the king goes to
Oh, there's
e
always rook to h4.
uh, or if king goes to e6, then there is check from e8.
Oh, true.
So there is no mate trap.
We see Grandmaster Roland from Monkey Chess is saying it's a draw. Also, the 577, is he the UCLA mascot? I technically am not the mascot, but that is the origin of my name. So I did go to UCLA, and my name is Joe. So that's where I came up with the inspiration for the username Joe Bruin. So my last name is not actually Bruin.
Like I thought.
So don't worry, a lot of people have thought that. Roland being one of them.
Yeah, I guess if you are not from the US or especially from the area, it doesn't come like you don't even think that someone's last name can be actually mascot's last name. So the king did go to e3. Technically,
So
they can agree on a draw at any moment now,
past move
but
40, and they have the extra time as well.
but of course, white still has some questions to ask to black, and it's black who has to solve the problem.
Yeah, so like I said, black has uh, more weaknesses here than white for sure. And the isolated pawn on f6, as you can see, black is defending with the rook to f7 move. Um,
Do we have e5 immediately now?
e5.
Probably rook will go back to e7. Or
Well,
no, or yes.
yeah, rook to e7. If
Rook
you take on
e7,
f6, rook takes e5,
king
and then you
g2,
have to move the king.
rook g2 check.
I think that's a good way to trade the f pawn for the e pawn, but I don't think white would be interested in that trade because
Yeah.
the e pawn's definitely better and
Mm-hmm.
safer than the f6 pawn. So
And that's why the king is going to d2 now.
to d2, trying to infiltrate on the light squares on the queen side.
And also, like, they did not play it, but oh, Nicola, thank you so much for 1000 beats.
Thank you, Nicola.
Yeah, I think White's idea now is to play king d2 and then threat with e5. That's like the last the last chance to create some problems.
Do you think do you think now we could go into king f4, or do you think that's gonna transpose into the lines you were looking at just earlier? With like,
Yeah, I
let's
think
say
we are
now,
just allowing black to
oh,
consolidate the pieces.
you called it king back to d2, looking at the king's about to embark upon a journey. King to c3, king to c4, but could all of this be shut down with just c6, blocking those light square entrances?
Yeah, but we can do it later. It's not an immediate threat. Black probably wants to bring the king closer to the center now.
G7, you think, or
Or
f8?
f8. I'm not sure why e5 is not working now.
Oh, and is this a threat for white to play? Yeah. So probably king
Now king
g7.
e7. Okay, so e5 will be met with king e7 or g7.
I think your cat has something to say about that move.
Yeah, she didn't
Um,
like it.
she wanted to correct you. You're saying king to e7 after e5, but the king. I think we're missing a move there.
No,
Oh, hold
I
on.
I
I
was
missed
going to
your.
play
Okay.
king f8
Okay.
after king
Ah,
g2.
and then e5 and then king e7. Okay.
Yes. And again, it's probably not very good for white because they detach the pawn the from its sisters, and now you will need to do something with it because king is now threatening to go to e6, and then white has to trade, and it's gonna be a draw.
Hmm. Well, okay. After king e7. The pawn's still pinned. Do you think it's possible the king could start trying to march in again, or
Yeah, I think white is looking that way to go c3, c4, but of course it will be met with c6.
so we do see king to f8?
So now I bet king c3 is gonna follow, because this is the only piece that can be improved.
I think. I mean, maybe we could start with rook to f5,
Yeah, but then you always have a check on g2.
and then you go to c3.
Yes, but the king is tied
It's cut off.
to protect the pawn, and we will play. Well, let's show it on the board. If rook f5, rook g2 check. Well, actually,
Then the pawn
we
on
don't
f6
even
hanging.
have
They would have
to
to.
give a check. We can simply
You just
play
play
king
king to
e7.
e7.
King
Yeah,
e7, yeah.
solidify everything first.
And once the king goes to c4, then we can attack g2 on g2. We can even
I think your cat definitely wants to get on this commentary.
this sounded like a song.
Twitch sings with the cat, definitely. If you guys want more of Maria's cats, definitely check out her channel. She's got a whole cat cam dedicated to those guys. So
You have two cat cameras sometimes. Cats have more cameras than me.
well, they're the real streamers. It's definitely true on my channel as well with my pet turtles. I'm just lucky to be there.
Yeah, I think this position is very throwish. I don't like to say it, but even in the event if the king made oh, actually, was this played? Oh no.
I
Even
think
if the king will make it his way to d5, for example, king e7, king c4, and or let's say to b5, right? Nothing is hanging. And if we go rook f5, king e7, king c3, king e6, king c4, we can even allow the king to go to b5, because once king moves away, the rook goes to g2, and white has to protect the pawn on c2 with rook f5 to f2 or f1 to f2.
you don't like the move c3.
No.
You think the king's gonna be too trapped?
The king will be trapped, and also the pawns will be all protected only with the king. I don't think
But
I think it's unnecessary to move that pawn. Even if
do you think?
even computer does not mind that move, but because white is also
Well,
thinking of b4.
b4. Okay, I was thinking of d4, but okay. I think white definitely has something to play for here. I think even if let's say c6 right now, this could be like a long-term weakness. At least white can can be in a position to play on. I think black is definitely the side that's defending. So even if it is dead drawn, white's gonna push. I don't think they're gonna agree to a draw anytime soon.
Probably. Yeah, The white still has some ideas, but probably it all will be exhausted soon. Now king c4 played.
It is possible
Yeah,
that
Roland has a point. Goryachkina won a lot of end games in candidates.
sometimes you'll get in a position where you're the side that's favored and you know that you're the side that's favored, and so you try to push, and you can actually end up in a position where you push too much and can
Mm-hmm.
actually do damage to your own position. Um,
Yeah, I saw once how Mamidyarov managed to lose a rook endgame, double rook endgame, with an extra pawn. It was against Magnus, but it is still impressive to lose a comfortable pawn up endgame.
so c6 is played. This king is not given the opportunity to enter. But yeah, maybe white will go for a pawn break. Maybe white will bring the king back.
I
I
think
mean,
White
white
is going to try to infiltrate with a rook, because now the
to
pawns.
f5.
No, rook
No.
h1 h8,
Oh, the h file.
because the pawn on b6 is becoming weak.
Yeah. So even if the king knows that it can't infiltrate on the queen side, it's still worthwhile to get to c4 because at least you're inducing c6, right? Which is going to be a long-term target eventually if the rooks are allowed to swing around using the h file. So we'll see. We'll see if white can manage to pull something off here, or at least push for something. And there is still ideas of playing d4 maybe, trying to get up. I don't know. I'm still thinking of, well, c3, c4, d5, maybe try to get a pass pawn that way. But white has options for sure.
What do you think about the pawn ending after e5? Well, in this position, in this pawn structure, the rook trade, the both rooks trade, is in favor of white. I will go all the way to say that white will win the end game without rooks.
Wait, if e5 now, I think they just trade. Well, to answer Roland's question, what do I think about the pawn ending after e5? I think, well, obviously the pawn on f6 is pinned right away, so you cannot take on e5. But if white were to take and you just trade everything off, and the king is on f6 and the king is on c4, and it's white to move, you say that white wins that endgame.
No, after trading that pawn, this is probably a draw.
Oh,
What
okay.
I meant is if you have two pawn islands for black, then it's a
Ah,
loss.
yeah. So that position to me looks like a draw.
Yeah,
I
this
agree
this
with
is a
that.
draw, of course,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
white, of course, white does not have to trade the pawns. That's like their own joker in
yeah.
on the
I
position.
think e5 is definitely not the right time to make that move, because I
Yeah,
don't necessarily think you want to trade.
black will basically just wait with moves like king e7, king e6, or rook moves with check.
Yeah, black is just gonna try to hold this and try to not let white infiltrate. So, um,
Because
white
here
has
white like has, for example, rook f5, and then black will give a check and go back. And black always has some waiting moves. So they're safe here. So she did play rook h1.
Yep, she's going for that H file. So we'll see how is black gonna prevent any infiltration. You could play either rook to the eighth rank, I think. But if you go with the F rook to F7 to F8, you do open up the seventh rank for check, and then I mean you still couldn't really do much. You just block again on F7 with a rook, and then if rook H8, then just rook F8 again. So
Yes, and once white doubles the rooks on h file, black has f5 idea to trade the pawns.
yeah, so it's definitely looking more drawish, but white has to press on, and black has to defend. So, and yeah, they both also after the move 40, they've gotten extra time back, and it's really even on the clocks now.
I'm not sure what just happened, but your sound suddenly went very loud and then back to normal.
Is it better now? I hope
It's
I'm not.
it's fine, but
Is it
it's
normal?
just
Okay.
it was just strange how it went without any reason.
Maybe I was just getting really excited talking about this drawn in game.
Well, it is exciting how this position is rich despite being um, quite even.
Well, yeah, it's interesting to see that even if one side has all the weaknesses like the double pawn, the isolated pawn, it's still holdable. Um, but but yeah, it's cool to see that white has all the moves here in this position, all the chances to press on. But it's really hard to actually prove anything. Um,
Yeah,
so
as they say, all the rook end games are drawn. Interesting,
yeah.
interesting remark in chat. Only Magnus can win this. Funny enough, Goryachkina is a player who reminds me of Magnus a lot, especially in this match. How she presses in every position with just a tiny advantage, and now she has to defend herself.
So I think Nicola is wondering if we can go bring the king back to e3, all the way up to e4. Well, actually, he's saying the trade off,
To
presumably,
f4.
yeah,
But
after trying to get some sort of opposition, perhaps.
I think what
Um,
Nicola, do you mean in this position where we want to play e5?
I think, yeah, doubling the rooks on the f file, bring the king
So
back,
bring the king
play
back.
e5.
No, maybe not immediately. But then king goes to e6 and we don't have e5. So what e5 now? Then rook f5, rook g4, king c3, rook g6, king d2.
King c2, yeah.
Um,
Then king d2.
why is there no rook g2? There's rook g2. We have to go back to c3.
You can't play king e3 here.
We can, but we might lose.
You don't want to lose the c2 pawn.
Uh,
So that's the thing. There's a lot of ideas that white has. There's a lot of ideas. And white has the time and space to kind of play around a little bit with these ideas.
yeah, well, after all these exchanges, it looks like a drawish as well.
Well, okay. Here, I mean, this is an interesting position. What black would you say black plays what? Rook, like trying to attack b3, rook to. No. Wait, yeah, white's attacking b6. What's black gonna do about this?
Well, the only move here is to sacrifice this pawn and
Well,
tie
now you
tie
take
the
on
rook,
b5.
tie the pawn to the rook with king d5, and if the rook moves, then we attack b3. So this pawn is too late because the king is too close, and it's still a draw.
Okay.
So rook takes, we take. Yeah.
Thinking, yeah, take on a5, take on b3.
Like we can even can we play c4?
Black can play
No, c4 is
c4.
probably bad. I think
Oh, because
because
check on b6.
yeah,
Discovery.
yeah.
Really? I mean,
Well, what do we play now with white?
I think it's still a draw, but
The thing is, it's a little bit of a Zugzwang now. White has to play, and they don't have moves. King g2. Now we can play c4.
yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, the pawn is not going anywhere.
Yeah, yeah. There's no advantage here.
Mm-hmm. So rook played on g8. What is rook planning to do there?
It's preventing h8. Yeah, but now can you play to h6?
Well, the thing
And
is why I preferred rook f8 rather than rook g8 is because this rook on g8 was covering an important 6th rank.
yeah, so
And
rook h6.
because now we have an idea of doubling the rooks, because if f5 we get to h7 and rook is infiltrating to the back rank of black, because if you
If you
play
block
rook
with
f7
you have rook e1 check.
and then rook h6 and we win the pawn. So this is a small nuance why rook, I think rook f8 was better than rook g8. And it's like different cat every time.
It never gets old. I think I could watch a chess stream with just the cats making commentary.
Like E Frau, D Frau.
Oh my goodness.
Meow meow. Yeah. Um.
I see your the meow 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 emotes are coming in handy from your channel. Definitely the right place for that. Right time.
Yeah. So I'm not sure.
Yeah,
So
so you're
so
thinking
we
okay.
double the rooks. F5 is not good. Now we found
No,
it.
I don't see black playing f5 because that definitely weakens the 6th rank. I don't know. Would you go for rook h6 right away and then try to play rook h2, or would you play
I think
like rook
first.
f2
I
right
think
away?
first rook h2 and
Really?
just see what black will do.
See what black will do. See,
Well,
I
with
now own the H
rook
file.
rook h6, black will just wait with king e6, and uh,
Um,
uh, rook h2.
Again, what's wrong with going for like c3 d4?
Here, um, well,
Well, okay,
I feel like white first should try to take the most out of that weak
the
pawn
H
on
file.
f6 and
Yeah,
weak back rank. Uh, because once we push the pawns, we untangle the pawn structure of black
that's
and
true.
make their life easier. And also, our pawns will become weaker because they will get
Yeah.
separated.
I definitely agree that white should maintain the play on the king side with the rooks at targeting f6 first, because white, again, they have all day, all the time and space on the board to exhaust all their different ideas, of which there are many. And c3 is probably an idea that they would try, probably as kind of like a last resort, um, because, like you said, it definitely does weaken the white pawn structure, and it's more of a much more committal move. So, and we do see rook h6 right away rather than doubling on the h file. So, um, yeah, like you said, king e6 could be a response, but it definitely does pin the pawn to the king, the f6 pawn, but I don't think we can play e5 right away because, well, because the king can take it.
No,
Um,
no, yeah, e5 will not give us anything. White
so
has to try to use the advantage of space. Obviously,
do you
black has
think you
this
could play?
small island next to the pawn, and white might try to get them into zugzwang.
Do you think king e6, rook e2 could be played, aiming for e5?
Yes, but then
But
king
then
e5,
king e5, yeah,
and if you check, we just go back and ask you
yeah. So
what's next.
that's, again, that's, I would really love to have like a pawn on d4. Uh, but you got to start with c3 is the thing.
Of course,
Um,
now in this line, we improved the position of the rook a little bit, and now we can
to
play
h6,
rook
yeah.
e h2.
Rook from e to h2.
So in a
Oh,
previous variation, we had rook h1 and rook h2, and here we have rook h2 and rook h5. It's just a tiny bit different, like
well,
more space.
I would like rook from f to h2 here better than that position, because I really like the rook on h6. It
Hmm.
kind of hits a lot more than if
So
we were on
we don't
h5.
give a check and we play. But
No, actually,
then
yeah.
this
If
king
you,
is too active.
well, no, no, no. Let's go to the position in the game where the king hasn't gone to e5 yet.
So where the king is still on.
On
Where the king is on
e6.
e6.
Yeah. So here, go back. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so king e6.
You want to play to h2 now?
Yeah, rook from f to h2 maybe. Because I don't want to leave the rook from h6. I think h6 is pretty good. Optimally placed, perhaps.
Mm, I guess black will be just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, the
Some.
onus is definitely on white to prove that there's something there, but I think slowly but surely, white's, in my opinion, making progress.
So rook f to g7. c3
F to
eventually has to be played. Yeah, white can ask some more questions to black, but when black defended everything, white has to play c3. But we are getting slowly to the point where it's another time trouble.
Yeah, you can tell that Ju Wenjun is taking more time here, trying to find
It's
any
easier
angle of attack.
to play for black.
Really?
I mean,
I think black has less decisions to make.
yes, that's what
Yeah.
makes layer life easier. Just don't lose the pawn and you'll be fine.
It might be easier said than done.
Of course, it's
Because
easier for white to make a draw. If the white was playing for a draw, it would be really easy.
white is not playing for a draw here. White is
Mm-hmm.
pushing. White has something to prove here. White
Is exchanging a pair
has
of rooks a good idea for white? It's a brilliant idea for white, except black is not going to exchange second rook. And if we exchange only one rook, then it's even easier for black to make a draw. The main advantage of white now is this pair of rooks, which keeps harassing that pawn on f6. Once one pair is off the board, it's more likely to get to be a draw.
So the exchange of one pair of rooks is beneficial for black.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I like keeping the rooks on for white.
Because it's easier for black king to defend one of the pawn islands while the other rook is taking care of the other pawn.
Yeah, I just
as long as we have these two pawns preventing the white king from entering the black camp.
In the position where white is pressing and pushing and trying to attack, I think just a general rule of thumb, you kind of want to have as much material on the board as possible to help aid you in
especially that
attack.
black pieces are much more inactive, and like they basically only play on this part, right?
So
they cannot go
see rook h5.
They cannot go very far from the pawn, while white is trying to like get on one of the ranks, back ranks, to try to attack these pawns. White just has more options and they are more flexible.
Yeah. The black rooks are trying to defend the pawns while the white rooks are attacking. So the black rooks, as results, actually can seem clumsy. Like you were saying that you really disagreed with the rook to g8 move.
Well, it turned out to be fine.
Well, yeah, I think white definitely though is trying to play for any kind of minuscule advantage they can get. So,
and of course, from human perspective, it's more logical to put the rooks on 7th and 8th ranks to prevent the white rooks from entering from the back rank. It's quite, human decision.
I think here white is trying to go from rook to h to f5 and then maybe push e5, or maybe even e5 now. But I kind of liked the rook on h6. I don't know if this is
but
the
the
right.
point is that now black will remove the rook from f file from being pinned potentially. They will play rook fg7 and there is no e5. I mean, there is e5, but it's not good for white.
Can we look at e5 now as white? Well,
Right
I guess
now,
black would have to make a move. Never mind.
well, I'm planning to play rook f to g7.
F to g7, leaving the f file, but
So
doubling on the g file. And then,
because of course your idea when the rook was on f7, for example, well, let's say we play rook 8 g7. We can play this. e5, f takes e5, rook h6. But now king d7 and the rook on f7 is protected. The idea was that if the rook, for example, from g8 goes, well, let's say to g1, right? Then
Yeah.
e5 is possible.
Yeah.
But black is not going to take. They can play f5 actually, and then eat that pawn on e5 with no shame. Rook h6, we will take. Rook c6. Interesting. Computer just drops that pawn on b6 like it's nothing and goes f4. And here it becomes a bit concerning.
Well, yeah, it's a whole different position right there.
Yeah.
Because what was once an isolated pawn that's a source of weakness has now become almost an outside pass pawn as an asset. So White's gonna have to figure this out. There's definitely gonna be a pawn break planned coming up, but you want to do it at the best time, the most opportune time, where you want to try to either induce more weaknesses or create a solid advantage. But as you've shown, if you do it the wrong time, you could create a weakness on your own position. So
now Aleksandra is taking time to think. Shall we go on a short break? And then probably stay on until the end after this?
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so let's do a 10-minute break.
And we'll be back soon. So stick around and we'll see hopefully we'll see an exciting finish. We'll see if Ju Wenjun can figure this out.
You guys feel free to comment. Who do you think? Well, not who, but do you think White can win here, or will it be a draw? Drop your... Oh, c3 has been played.
Oh, there we go.
After rook f, g7,
exciting pawn breaks. You guys should talk. C3. Do you guys think b4 is going to be played or d4? Because I'm leaning more towards d4, but you never know. There could be some like rook a2
we have a comment Вперед Россия, which means go Russia. Yeah, if Ju Wenjun is not careful enough, Aleksandra will definitely take what she deserves in this match.
You have some Russians in the chat cheering.
Yeah, we have quite a lot.
Russian territory,
and it's also Russian, more of a Russian time zones. It's already evening in Vladivostok. It's late afternoon in my place, the city of candidates. Midday in Moscow. Let us know where you are and how come you are watching so late if you are in another part of the world from Russia. So yeah, we will be back very shortly. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Hey,
Welcome
welcome
back.
back. So we reached a situation where black is. I'm not sure exactly what black is fearing here, why she takes her time, because
You think trading off rooks is a no-brainer?
it should be fine for black. But I guess she is also tempted by f5, trading the pawn immediately.
Well, let's see. Let's look at rook takes h6 first. Rook takes and then rook takes. And then black to move. Well, f5 is no longer an option because of the immediate pin.
Pin, yeah, and king e5, I guess, will be probably met with d4. I don't know how problematic it is. Also, thank you, Mike, for subscription.
I wish the king could play to like d6 and then play like rook to b8 and then push b5, but that's way too slow, and the pawn on f6 would hang with check, and white's got a couple moves as well to prevent all that from happening. So, but yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any way black could take advantage of the stuck king on c4, but I just think that d4 is about to be played.
Yeah, and also everything for white is protected, and black doesn't really have any. Well, b5 is an idea, but not only.
But c5 is gonna hang,
Yeah, not
or
only
b5,
uh, not
yeah.
only white will take on b5, but also a5 and c5 are falling.
Yeah, so I don't think any of that's gonna work. I think black definitely has to try to sit
Yeah,
back and
there is no chances for black here.
what was the move that was just played? Oh, we do see f5. Okay. Interesting.
Yes, because this I guess this removes all the questions immediately, whether white has any chance to play for a win here or not. Once this pawn is traded, it should be pretty comfortable for black. There is
Um
not much time left, but it's enough time. This is much easier position than it was 10 moves ago or
this
20
does give
moves.
white an opportunity to keep both rooks on the board. Um if they wanted to move the h6 rook. But you know,
Yeah,
both
they
rooks here are
can
doubled.
they can trade and then try to play rook h7. But black is forcing us to play d4 now, and now our pawn will be isolated and pinned, and now
Mm-hmm.
black can play even both b5 and c5. There are two options. Um,
So it looks like black has successfully just gotten rid of their
yeah,
isolated f pawn.
yeah, they had untangled their rooks. The king
Yeah.
is now active, and
Yeah, so
the
they trade
white
the f pawn.
king and the white king is in a bit of unfortunate position now that it cannot retreat back from c rank.
Yeah. So
C.
would you play rook h4 here, trying to prevent the check? Or actually, they could just force the trade. Do you think rook h4, rook g4 check, rook takes g4, king takes g4 is a draw still? Or do you think that like black's king is too far away and white's gonna have good chances there?
Mm, well, did you mean that white rook from you meant from h6 goes to h4? Because we don't want to trade.
Um The trade, I think the trade already happened on the live board.
And if d4, cd4.
Mm, no, no, no. They've already traded a pair of rooks.
Ah, you meant in the live position.
Yes.
Instead of d4 to play rook h4. Well, after king e5, I guess white don't have anything left. d4 check, cd4, cd4, king d6, and the draw probably will be agreed soon.
I just now noticed. Is your chair lighting up?
Yeah, it
Those
has LED lights.
what a gamer chair! My goodness.
Yeah, and I can set up different modes.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, but that's pretty cool. Wait, was it on this whole time, or am I just crazy?
It was not on at the very beginning, but I
Okay,
think I switched it on in the break, in the first break.
spicing it up. I like it.
Yeah. Well, it's like
Um,
a Christmas. It's still Christmas mood in this house. I also have a Christmas tree with lights.
oh wow. I bet the cat's like that.
Yes.
But
Yeah, like if we switch to this camera view, you can see my Christmas tree.
very nice. It's a lot smaller than I was imagining.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
tiny one. Streamer edition, the one you can move around.
okay, so back to the chess.
Yeah. What?
They've traded rooks.
Okay,
I
so they
mean,
also played d4, cd4, cd4. Yeah, I cannot imagine this game going on for more than 3 more moves.
3 more moves. That's not a lot.
No.
What's the over under you guys on 3 moves?
If the black can push it, well, I mean, you can always push it, but over push. Don't you worry
Don't
about
you
over
think?
pushing.
Don't you think when you've played a game this long and you're like in Goryachkina's position where you're just defending the whole game, and then finally the dust clears and everything settles down, and you actually have a chance at perhaps pushing yourself? Don't you think you would play on a little bit more than 3 moves? Or do you think
Probably,
she's
but
just kind
I
of
don't really see how black can push.
monkey chess says draw on the next move, so only 1 move left. I mean, okay, what are the imbalances exactly? Now white has the isolated pawn. Um, but yeah, really, really hard to say if there's, I mean, if there's any chances for black to really take advantage of that, if it even is a weakness. Um, but yeah, I don't think there's any way for either side here to push through. So white definitely had something to to go for earlier, but it's definitely dwindled down. And credit to Goryachkina for defending very well.
Yeah, rook h7, b7 is an idea for white, but
So we can see if white goes for this now. So black's played rook to g1. And what's the idea here? Just
if
give
rook
check on
goes to
c1.
h7, we check on c1, and then I guess we can play b5,
Is it
king
possible?
d3. We can just annoy this king.
Well, before rook c1, what about king to e4?
Um, Well, it's also the same. White has to check, push the king
Ah,
away.
that's true. You check and then
And
you go to
now we can play rook
b7.
c7 or b7.
C7 or yeah, I think I would go b7.
Okay.
Although
But
I don't
then
know how much
again,
of
we
a difference it
check
makes.
king d3, rook d1, king c3. Oh, now we can play king e4. And if check, we go to d5. d5. Hmm. Mm, no, actually, this is bad.
Bad for
Black,
white.
black.
Oh, black. Oh, yeah. I really like taking on b6, and then even if they take the d pawn, you got the c pawn as well. So okay,
Ah,
well,
no, repeating the moves, because they cannot take on b6, it's a mate.
oh wait, where's that?
King e4.
I
Rook
missed.
b7, king e4.
Oh no no no! I was looking at after the rook check, and the king was like on d3.
Yeah, but I just moved back and
Okay.
so this is the. Ah, actually, this is played.
Well, no. So they didn't go for h7. They went for h6 instead. Um, but we do
Mhm.
see the check on c1.
And on d1, yeah.
Yeah. So now the king has a choice here. So Ju Wenjun is either gonna go back to the c file. Well, most likely gonna try to stay as close to the pawns as possible. I couldn't imagine going like e2 would seem. I mean, you're dropping the b pawn, right?
Yeah, but yeah, if you go king e3, rook b1 will win that pawn.
Yeah. So you'd probably either go c2 or c3. Probably
Or
not
c4.
c. Well, if you go c4, then that would be another way of offering draw, right? Just
Yeah,
repeating the position.
yeah. Yeah, so the difference between rook attacking c pawn and b pawn is that if rook goes to, well, sorry, yeah, rook h6. We had an option to go rook h8 or rook h7, king e4, rook e8, king f4. And then if rook b8, then we go back to e4 and we cannot take on b6 because of mate in 1, rook c1. So the difference between attacking b pawn and c pawn is in this move. So if white is attacking c pawn, then we only
And the
have
king has some
checks.
squares.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
then if king e4 we are losing because rook takes on c6 and there is no mate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it all looks like a draw, and it will be a draw. We are just looking at some ideas which players like us might overlook, but not players like Goryachkina and Ju Wenjun.
Yeah. So, I mean, moving on from here, do you think Ju Wenjun's ever gonna play e4 against Goryachkina after this? After the third time?
If she has, if she has more novelties prepared, then maybe.
Like Queen e1.
Yes, Queen E1 probably did not really work.
Yeah, it didn't prove to be quite the advantage that White was maybe hoping for, but we'll see if Ju Wenjun is insistent on the e4 opening, because this will be the third time that she's played it in this match out of 7 games, all resulting. Well, I don't want to call this game just yet, but it's most likely going to be a draw. Um, so, but yeah, this was an interesting game. I mean, White definitely pushing from the get go. I think just capturing the bishop very early on, taking the knight, inducing the double pawn weakness, Um, but black definitely defended very well. It seems that they were more cramped in the beginning, and it might have been more awkward. But Alexandra, you got to give her credit. She she was in a position that didn't have too many options for how to play, but all defensively sound options. And she found every single one. So yeah, Ju Wenjun definitely tried. I mean, she was pushing, but wasn't enough to find the win.
Yeah, both players deserve a lot of credit for this game. Goryachkina for finding so many defensive ideas. I personally think that Ju Wenjun could have pushed more by bringing the rook on a1 into the game earlier, and um, the knight probably that maneuver to e3 and f5.
Well, at the same time, it could be argued that Goryachkina could have sacrificed her knight and really tried to push for an attack from the black side. So um, definitely some interesting lines that we looked at there with the knight sacrifice, either on c2 or d3,
Mm-hmm.
or yeah, that never panned out to be anything.
And that g3 move was really a waste of a tempo. Immediate g4 mm, maybe was a little bit better. I don't know how much more. But now definitely everything is going to be exchanged.
Yeah, so
They
white goes for c2, hanging the pawn on d4, but then white's gonna take the pawn on c6.
Yeah, this is
Um,
basically a draw offer.
yeah, so they've taken, and now they have completely symmetrical pawn structure, one rook apiece. The white king's slightly closer, but there's really, I mean, okay, here black kind of has to play rook b4, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the most natural move to put a rook cutting off the
Yeah, to
white king
defend. Yep.
and also keeping the king close to the b3 pawn. This is a dead draw. Like
So
as dead as it can be.
it could be more dead.
It could be, but we could not wish for more in this position. Of course, we wanted some fireworks, but
Man.
this game was quite interesting, considering how slowly maneuvering both players were from the opening.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we should go back.
Critical
We could run
moments.
the game over again,
Yeah,
but yeah, I do agree that the opening, as we'll look at it a second time, was
a bit
it was
dry.
yeah, I could say it was slower paced um than a typical Roy Lopez, perhaps. When you play a move like Queen E1 as a novelty, there were some good ideas that came about it, but like the move A3 was played as more of a preventative. We were kind of hoping for B4, I guess, but you know, and I remember Queen or the bishop to D6, putting the bishop in the
Hmm.
in front of the pawn
It's
on
like running away from
E5,
b4 before it even happened.
which there are good prophylactic moves,
And
but that one
knight
was
d2 with f4. We really did not expect f4 to
well.
happen.
I mean, I thought about F4. You didn't like it because it was definitely opening up uh, in
Hmm.
favor of black, um, kind of opening up a lot of lines.
It opens
Uh,
the diagonal, but more importantly, it allows black to get rid of this pawn, which is blocking their bishop, restricting queen from too much movement. Before
yeah,
this, black queen and rook were really passive, and the bishop was still undeveloped. So,
yeah. I was I was honestly like f4 seemed pretty natural after you move the knight to d2, and just opening up the f file for your rook. Um, but it is true that the e5 pawn capturing opens up a lot for black and gives black a lot of options, a lot more options than previously. But at the same time, white kind of has to open up somehow to get any sort of attack going. But
Here was all logical. Actually, here computer even likes black a little more with bishop f3 and bishop g3 trading off. b6 was also a bit strange.
yeah, b6, trying to get more control of the dark squares probably. But yeah, I was definitely expecting queen f2, rook a to f1 a lot earlier than was played. But these players definitely prepared a lot. I mean, no move was overcommittal.
Oh,
That's
what is going on there? What? This is...
what I mean. King a6, king's gonna come to c6. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you you
I
think
mean,
at this point they should just shake hands?
they are just still sitting there, still sitting and looking at each other.
I mean, so Monkey Chess said it lasts one move. You said it lasts three moves. How many moves ago was that?
It was like 10,
10
I
moves ago?
guess. And they are still moving. This is...
They're just hoping.
for a mistake.
You think you think Goryachkina is gonna go for the dirty flag here?
And now it's a stare. Now Goryachkina is staring at her opponent, like really staring. And Ju Wenjun
Who?
really
So
doesn't
okay,
like
I
it.
don't know too much about like the over the board etiquette, like in these kinds of positions. But who offers who the draw here? Is it black because they're up
No,
more on
it's white.
time?
It's white.
White offers the draw,
Yeah, white. In an equal position, white is offering a draw.
regardless of time.
Yes.
And why is that? Just because white goes first?
Yeah, because white is typically playing for advantage in from beginning, and with the time, I mean, if it's a blitz game where you have barely any increment, you don't really have time to like sit there and offer draws. Uh, but with classic chess, you have 30-second increment. It's more than enough to decide to accept the draw or not. But yeah, it was a really nice game.
So do you want to go back and maybe
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
go see
continue
where white was
from
able to push?
approximately this
I'm
place
thinking
where they exchanged.
when they trade off the knights, you think?
Yeah. Well, here still. Um, yeah, here was a trade. Do you think maybe white should not have traded the knight?
No, I think that's fine. I think, let's see. Yeah, probably on like the moves like the 40s and the 40s. That's where white might have had the peak advantage. At least according to the engine, it really likes white's position. I mean, when I say really likes, I mean like plus 0.7. Uh, which, at the end
which
of the day,
was the
it's
biggest what
less
they
than a
got.
pawn.
Yeah,
Uh, well, depending on how long you let the engine run, but thank you, Monkey Chess. I appreciate it.
I agree. I agree with Monkey Chess.
Well, I definitely have to give thanks to you, Maria, for even giving me this opportunity. So definitely really appreciate it.
Oh well, I just used you. I didn't want to be alone. Joking.
Well, I see you have your cats, so you wouldn't have been alone anyways.
Yeah. Mm. I'm already losing my voice even commenting together. I wonder what would happen with my voice after commenting the entire game alone.
Well, luckily, your cats have quite the voice, it
Oh
seems.
yeah, that's true. They can sing. How good were the players in this game?
Well, here I see. I think they've officially agreed to a draw after move 67.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which compared to their draw yesterday, what was it, like 105 moves or something? Doesn't really seem that long, does it?
No.
um, so yeah, this is a good game by both sides. I mean,
So you mean somewhere here, white was better?
yeah, towards like
Oh, someone is going to fall there.
you think move like 40, I don't know,
Two.
47. I'm looking
I
at
mean
like
later.
I don't know. I really don't think that there was like like I don't think you could say it's a
Yeah,
win.
the thing is that like in positions like this, the engine needs to really calculate in depth a lot because we like humans can evaluate the position from just the lookout to it, while Stockfish has to calculate everything. And the closer it is to the end game, the more um, precise it needs to calculate. So here, um, I don't know.
It would have been really interesting to see if Black ever had any chances with sacrificing the knight, but the engine never really looked at
No, no,
that.
it. I felt like keeping the knight on b4 probably was a better idea to find a better chance to sacrifice on d3. Because sacrificing on c2 is not as beneficial, and from d4 you can only do on c2. But I think this somewhere here, move 44, maybe it was more chances for white. Although she also played the best way. c6.
The the report is
Rook
saying
h1.
the
Rook
biggest
g8.
advantage was that what was this move 45 and then
Yeah,
king
but
c4.
the thing is, she did play all the moves of
Yeah,
computer.
she
It's also very common in endgames for engine to just drop the doubled pawn.
and that's the source of the like +1.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it simply just removes point 0.5, point 0.8.
So like even in these kind of rook endings where let's
Mm-hmm.
say a side is up a pawn, it's still very likely to be a draw.
Well, even if we
Um,
remove that pawn on c5, it's still possibly a draw. Possibly. I'm not saying it is, but
yeah,
there is a big
but
chance.
but what if you remove the c6 pawn? Then that's probably
Yeah,
really good chances for white,
that's
right?
different. Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. So
So here after c6, The engine is suggesting rook f5 instead of rook h5.
Yeah, I didn't like leaving the sixth rank.
Yeah, I remember.
Um,
Keeping the
but
rook on sixth rank is definitely more annoying for black.
and it's also it's removing an attacker of the f6 square, which
Mm-hmm.
allows black to double up on the g file. So maybe rook h5 was letting off
So
too much
rook
pressure.
f5 here, for example, rook f f8, and now we can play rook h7. I guess rook will go back on f7.
Yeah, I think the point behind rook f5 is mostly just saying that, like, I mean, here you would just go back rook to h6. You maintain the pressure on the f6 pawn. But basically, the king side for black is tied down. Um, Although you could argue they have like one free rook, but in the meantime, you can go with the c3 d4 plan again,
Mm-hmm.
and the king and the rook on f7 is tied down.
Well, we
Um,
also still have the transition to both rooks on h file, and the idea was that at some point we offer a trade on h7 or h8. Maybe h8 is better. And then if black trades, we infiltrate to one of the b8 or c8 to attack these pawns.
well,
Or we take
yeah,
the
they don't
rook
have to trade down.
ourselves and then check. And if we do that, if black allows us to take the rook on f7 to trade and then give a check, then it's over. Because with the pawn here, pawn endgame is lost for black. And if black does not trade the rooks here on g7 and moves away the king, then we attack this pawn and it's over as well. So doubling the rooks on h file was the best chance for white, but only in this variation with pawn on f6 and rook on h6, because then there is no saving move f5, which she did.
Yeah, yeah. I think I still like the idea of king c4 playing for c3 d4,
Hmm.
maybe even
But
d5,
with this more active position of rooks.
perhaps.
Hmm.
But nonetheless, I think there are still chances for black to draw. Uh, Good chances at that. It's just another potential route white could have tried
Hmm.
for more of an advantage. But anyways, just to answer a couple questions in chat, I think white knight. It's a 12 game match, so first to 6.5 points. A win is 1 point, and a draw is a half a point. So uh, it ended in a draw today. So they each get half a point. So right now, this was the seventh game. They're each at 3.5 points. And the game 8 will be played in 2 days.
No, tomorrow.
No, tomorrow. So it's a game a day, but then after every, is it 2 games, they have a break?
And I think between 11th and 12th games they have also a break.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if it's also applying to women's world championship.
Well, um, yeah, the score is still tied up at 3.5, 3.5. But these players have shown that they have the ability to win, as there have been 2 decisive matches so far out of 7, which is way more than the men's world championship, uh, which, as most of us know, is just 12 straight draws, uh, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, still some exciting chess left. Game 8 tomorrow. Um,
Yeah. It's
I
been
think that's
fun.
it, right? Are you gonna keep streaming?
I will stream. I will now switch to just player cards
So
scene
hopefully
and
we'll get a cat cam.
try to start my stream. I don't know if it will work, but I will try. And
Yeah, thank you all for being here as well.
yeah, it's been really pleasure to have you all here. We hit 2500 at some point. That's pretty crazy.
This was your first time streaming on the Chess.com channel,
Yes, it is.
and mine as well. So,
And I hope not the last. We'll see. But yeah, thank you
you'll
guys for
never.
support.
They might invite you back for the cats,
Yeah.
and they'll just have you hold the camera.
All right. So stay tuned for the raid, and yeah, also later Tata still will follow.
Yeah, thank you very much, you guys. Thank you. And yeah, check us out on our channels. So
Yeah,
hope to see you guys again.
let's do another shout out.
So, are you gonna start your stream and then raid? How are you gonna start your stream while the
Well,
stream's still on?
yeah, that's the thing. I need to disconnect the cameras from this stream, but yeah, it's all technical, and I hope that people will be patient. I will need a few minutes to do that.
You know, it'd be funny if I started my stream and then you raid me, and then I'll just send them all over to you.
Yeah, that's another option, but it's also very late
Yeah.
for you already.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. So.
Okay. Yeah,
yeah.
thanks.
Thank you again.
Thanks for being a wonderful co-host.
Yeah, the pleasure's all mine. So it's been great, and yeah, we'll have to do this again sometime.
Yeah. So have fun, guys, watching more chess today. It's exciting. Tata Steel is coming up. Enjoy your day, and see you on all our different channels. Anyway, see you on Twitch.
All right, take care, guys. Have a good night.
Bye.